We have enough for a quorum? Yeah, we have quorum, yes? Yeah, please. All right. Yeah.
Police case, that Italian guy. So I'm bringing in outside counsel. I need 30 seconds on the attorney's report to get the commission's report. Okay. I'm just saying if we get there. If not, you need to get to me because I got to get it down with the
Okay. All right. Good evening, everyone. We're about to start our commission meeting for Thursday, March 26, 2026. Madam Clerk, can you please do the roll call?
Commissioner Chernoff,
Here.
Commissioner Florimon,
Here.
Commissioner Jean, Commissioner Smith,
Present.
Commissioner Sue,
Here.
Vice Mayor Smuckler,
Present.
Mayor Michael Joseph. You have quorum, sir.
Next item on the agenda is invocation. Pastor Tobin.
Everybody, how are you? Let's take a moment and sort of silence our hearts. Gracious and Holy One, by whatever name we call upon you, we gather in a season when nearly every tradition turns toward the same ancient longing of renewal, liberation, and peace. Jewish families prepare for Passover, remembering Miriam, the midwives, the mothers who chose courage over fear, and a people who believed freedom was possible. Christian neighbors enter Holy Week honoring the women who stayed at the cross, who ran to tell the resurrection to the world not yet ready to listen. Our Muslim neighbors celebrate emerging from Ramadan's fast with open hands, feeding strangers before feeding themselves. Hindu and Sikh communities welcome the new year, the harvest, the renewal, and the call to serve. And from every tradition, we have one voice, one world, and we are one people. In this Women's History Month, we give thanks for every woman who was told no and answered, "Watch me," who marched, organized, healed, and led, who carried the future before the world could see it. May their courage live in this room today. We pray for our world at war, for leaders with wisdom to choose the harder, costlier road of peace. And we pray that what we ask of the world will first be practiced here. Disagreeing without destroying, debating without dehumanizing, serving all the people of this city, North Miami Beach. Bless this council, bless this city, bless all that are here, and may peace begin right here. Amen and amen.
Amen.
Pastor, next item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Mayor, before you continue, Did anybody leave a phone in the girls' bathroom? We found the phone in the girls', I didn't, but we found it in the girls' bathroom. So if somebody's missing a phone, we have it. And it keeps ringing, and it keeps ringing.
I think that's right.
Yeah, I think it's an iPhone.
No, it's a Samsung.
Okay, Samsung.
Anyone?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Madam Clerk? Next item is request for withdrawals, deferments, or additions to the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, per the request of Commissioner Smith, item 9.4, which is resolution number R 2026-27, is being requested to be pulled from the consent agenda and heard after and heard after the whole consent agenda, right before legislation. Also, per the request of Commissioner Smith, item 9.6, which is resolution 2026-33, is also being requested to be pulled from the consent agenda. Those are the two changes that have been brought to me.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a request to defer.
Mike, please.
Excuse me? Oh, okay. I'd like to make a request to defer 11.6 political signs till the next meeting.
11.6.
I have a request as
11.6.
well. Madam Clerk, can you repeat the deferments again, please?
Sure. Both items are being requested to be pulled from the consent agenda by Commissioner Smith. That's item 9.4 and 9.6. And Commissioner Sue just announced that she would like to have the ordinance 2026-05 to be deferred to the next meeting.
Do I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
Motion.
All in favor say
Second.
aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. Next,
Not our phone ringing.
So answer it and see who's
You can't.
okay.
Is yours?
All right, next item is presentations, 5.1, procurement department.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have approximately three very, very brief presentations. We're first going to call up our procurement department. As you all know, a hallmark of great leadership is to chastise in private, but to praise in public. And as a city manager that adheres to that leadership principle, I want to take this opportunity to highlight three very, very significant departments here in the city of North Miami Beach. When I first took leadership of the city staff, I had two members of the commission come and ask me, okay, you've had your department head meetings. What are your thoughts? What's your feedback? And what I shared to them, I want to share to you all, both on the dais and in the public, is that we have phenomenal leadership here in the city of North Miami Beach, as would be exempted today. And exemplary of that is, and appropriate for Women's Month, is our Chief Procurement Officer, Mrs. Charisse Devoisois. So
Good evening, Mayor and Commission, Manager. I will be quickly presenting our successful audit completion and the improvements that we've implemented as a result. So as you guys know, that a report that was presented to the Mayor and Commission back in 2023 resulted in some questions regarding our operations. So as a result of that, the state came to us to softly audit our operations. And so we really dug in with the state to ensure that we were indeed operating under compliance and doing the right thing as it relates to our P cards, gift card disbursement, and other things. So in fall of 2023, the audit was initiated, and in the early 2024, we started interviews. These were in-person interviews here at the city with the state audit team. So there were findings in June, and those were disseminated via report that all of you received. And through 2024 and 2025, and into 2026, we worked closely with the state audit to ensure that they had all the documentation that they needed. And so we're happy to report that in March, this month, the audit was closed out successfully. What were those findings and our corrective actions? So some of the audit findings were compliant P card use. There was the spend from the audit period of 2020 to 2023 that we really looked at what we were buying, how we purchased it, and the actual need for the city. And so those purchases, we're glad to report that less than 1% of those transactions were flagged as unknown or unable to kind of substantiate, less than 1%. And this was during the COVID era. So that means that we had purchases that we were, transactions that we were buying things while we were at home, or PPE, or some things that we really couldn't substantiate by either the lack of receipt or who purchased it. Less than 1% of those purchases. Adherence to gift card policy. You know that we, in efforts in civic engagement, we do provide gift cards. So the state wanted some detail as to how we did that in a policy. And then anti-fraud. So what we did as a result of these findings or these questions, we updated our P card policy, and we established mandatory trainings for all P card users and administrators. Those are ongoing. Those happen quarterly, and we continue to do those, and those trainings are mandatory. We implemented a new gift card and disbursement policy, and it has commission oversight. So that means when we do want to participate in some civic engagement, it has to come to the commission first. It has to be approved as to how we do it, who gets them, so on and so forth. As well, we adopted a comprehensive anti-fraud policy. This was something that we didn't have in place that we do now have in place. And overall, it strengthened our internal controls and our documentation. So as a result, the outcome of this operational audit was really good in the end. We were able to address all the findings, and we addressed all the recommendations. As well, it was closed successfully and no further action from the state. That means we do not have to appear in front of the JLAC. That means there's no other information that they're looking to for us. We're compliant. And so we're happy to say that with the procurement department spearheaded this with the manager's office, and we're audit compliant, and we're happy to say that. So we are indeed doing the right thing by the taxpayers, and of course, continuing good governance.
Thank you.
Yay, team.
Thank you so much. So, and that is coming from our now award-winning procurement department. And next on the agenda, we have a brief presentation from our Public Utilities Director. Also, a very excited to announce to the residents and share with the Mayor and Commission what we already know, that our water here in the city of North Miami Beach is some of the best water that can be served here in Miami-Dade County. And to exemplify that, we have Mr. Hamid Nick Venn, who's going to give a brief presentation on our recent awards for this department.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, City Manager. Tonight, I'm providing the overall annual performance report from NMB Water. I'm trying to make it quick highlight and go through a different slide to save the time. As we have the honor tonight to receive recognition from Commission. We won the Smart 20 Award. There were all other awards that this year NMB Water were able to successfully secure by the work from staff. Outstanding Water Distribution System of the Year from American Water Work Association. First runner-up for the Best Drinking Water Taste. Public Work Project of the Year, American Public Work Association for a Little River Crossing Project. Selected presenter for the PFAS technical session. We presented to our PUC about 5 months ago 9 different alternatives for addressing our needs for PFAS and corrosion. The methodology that we use has been recognized to be presented to other utilities to follow. Also, EPA Certified Excellence of the Year been received from our laboratory at water plant. We have high leadership and staff engagement on different nonprofit organizations representing city and North Miami, NMB Water, North Miami Beach Water Department. I'm serving as a vice chair of Florida Water Environmental Association Resource and Reuse Resiliency, municipal representative for American Water Work Association in the state. Also, we host the APWA Luncheon of the Year here at North Miami Beach. We are serving as an advisory board and a speaker for Disaster Expo and Resilience Expo, and being invited for several keynote speaker and also the panel speaker, staff and myself. As far as technology and modernization, we are soon launching the GIS-based capital improvement program dashboard with public transparency to access to the resident and public throughout our entire service area. Finalizing our consolidated asset management system. We are at the final stage of implementation for our new SCADA, which is the core software to manage the water treatment plant, saving over $250,000 by changing the methodology on implementation. We conducted our different alternative for PFAS treatment and corrosion study and presented it. Water distribution, metering, and water loss assessment. We follow and implemented a unique approach, cost-saving approach to identify all the inventory of our pipeline and all material in our water distribution, and identify how much is our water loss and revenue loss, and all being in detail presented to Public Utility Commission. And based off that, we were able to identify the future needs, and we are going to present this at Swan International as a special guest for this methodology that we collectively did with the staff. Also, we conducted I&I and septic to sewer assessment in our sewer collection system and presented to PUC, which will be implemented in our smart utility application for any finding that we had. As far as education and conservation program, we're developing a new water conservation policy, and we're at the final stage to submit it to Miami-Dade County. Water Conservation Month activity, first day camp with Allison Academy, drop saver poster contest, over 130 applications been entered last year, and this year we had huge numbers of applicants as well. We're hoping our entries, win in a state level. Student water plan tour, school career days, and National Drinking Water, Juneteenth conservation engagement, representation at different entity and regional community center meetings. We had a lot of community engagement, Washington Park groundbreaking, with thank our public work to lead that for Infra Day, Florida Disaster Expo, Fix a Leak campaign, and our golf tournament, over $30,000 last year, and we're hoping to collect more for our daycare program this year and other event that we've been through. Financial management and cost saving. Eliminated 2 vacant positions, resulted in over $214,000 saving. Negotiated CIP program management, $2 million reduction. SCADA modernization, $250,000 saving. Avoided the creation of 15 CIP position requests. Identified over $5.7 million annual water loss revenue that we come up with presenting recovery plan for that, which is part of this smart utility application. Developed the smart utility RFQ, the project that we did in-house that resulted in over $200,000 saving of consulting fee. Negotiating, and we're at the final stage with the support and effort from legal and finance with and city manager office, negotiating the final stage of our outstanding bill with county and city of North Miami. We're strategically planning and working with city manager office for wholesale customer expansion. Also, with the support of the commission, we were able to update our impact fee ordinance being presented and has been adopted by this governing board, which will help us on our revenues to be sustained. Ordinance transferring utility account ownership to property owner has been adopted, presented, and adopted by this governing board, and we appreciate that. The contribution for IT through the exercise of a budget, IT and finance were able to do different calculation based off the full-time employee. It resulted in $400,000 on a water department contributions saving, get back to water reserve. And also, we corrected long-standing personnel cost allocation across all divisions in water treatment water operation. Operational and compliance achievement. Implemented a water supply facility work plan required by South Florida Water Management District. We're presenting it to be amended in City Comprehensive Plan, which is required, working hand-to-hand with Community Development Department. Remove fluoride from a water system by the support from the council and mayor. Amended city code for building accuracy presented. Also completed annual disinfection of water system, and this year free chlorine we exercised twice to ensure we have a good quality. Published 2024 CCR Consumer Confidence Report on time with no finding of any concern. We launched the first fire hydrant painting program across different schools, and we're going to continue that this year. And also we executed a valve maintenance program. We have over 10,000 valves on the streets that is required to be maintained and exercised. Any emergency comes, it's very critical function for us to make sure they're functioning. Completed Eastern Shore Phase 2, initiated Corona Del Mar Phase 3 with the support from CRA that was funded and transferred to Water Department. So now we are presenting, we received the approval from Commission for the consultant to start the design, and then we will, once it's finished, we will put it out on the street with the support from Procurement Department as well. And also ensure policy, legal, and commission alignment. Funding and grant this year, we were able in the very tiny time frame that we had to secure and finalize our national PFAS settlement, $17.1 million over, I believe 10 or $12 million already has been deposited to city. Finance is tracking that. We also got awarded $2.5 million from FEMA standby generator grants, $1.1 million Biscayne Bay Water Quality Improvement Grants, which was awarded by Governor to the city, and expanded grant writing capacity, which we still have 3 more applications that's been submitted. We're waiting for the final to see what would we get. Hopefully we will get some award out of those as well. Major infrastructure delivery, 5 million gallon tank water storage tank at Norwood Water Treatment Plant completed and submitted to Department of Health, and we received the certificate of operation for that. EPA certificate of excellence. Operations Center rehabilitation, it's at 90% completion. Corona Del Mar collection system phase 2, final stage of completion. Eastern Shore, as I mentioned, substantially completed. Sewer lining project, we started a new initiative which is required after 5 years of gap, sewer lining in our sewer infrastructure. Last year, we executed and we brought before the commission with the support of commission. We adopted, commission adopted the budget line item for it. Now we're conducting more sewer lining to secure our sewer infrastructure. Bell Garden force main replacement around Hard Rock Stadium. It's at the final stage, substantial completion. We changed the design through Miami-Dade County that resulted over $1 million saving because contractor proposed change order due to the requirement from Hard Rock, and we were able to address that issue in the favor of city. Master Pump Station force main replacement at final closeout, Bunchy Park water main system rehabilitation at final closeout, and Corvero force main replacements are already being completed. The department, when I came aboard, it was at the final stage of 5-year CIP. And then now we implemented 7-year CIP, and we're looking for more. There are more slides, but I think I want to shorten it down, and if any question, I would be happy to answer. Thank you.
And I don't know if he was being modest or wanted to utilize his time for other resources, but there's also the very important announcement that was celebrated at the previous meeting, and that's the awards that we have won. So I want to acknowledge again our Public Utilities Department for their great service to the city of North Miami Beach.
Thank you, sir.
Next and final, we have our fantastic police department, and Chief Juan Panillos is going to do a brief presentation.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. Manager. Thank you for your leadership and your opportunity given me to highlight our officers and the police department as a whole. So as you all know by now, our NMB Police Department do outstanding work every single day, protecting our community. But this particular incident stood out because it involved a vulnerable child in need of immediate help. Thanks to the vigilance of our officers actively patrolling and paying close attention to their surroundings, they were able to quickly identify and assist the child, ensuring his safety and connecting him with the proper resources. I'd like to recognize Officer Jean Baptiste, Officer Pierre, Officer Dorcent, Detective Dostali, Detective Flatus, and Domestic Violence Coordinator and Advocate Renee Darden for their efforts. Please take a moment to watch this story, which highlights their work in this case.
And now to a story you'll only see on Local 10. Police say a 5-year-old boy was found wandering the streets and his mother was nowhere to be found on Saturday night.
But this afternoon, newly released video shows the heartbreaking moments police approached that child. Investigators also later arresting the mother. Local 10's Rush Lowe live in North Miami Beach with our exclusive today. Rush.
I have to tell you, as a parent, it is absolutely heartbreaking to watch this video. You see a 5-year-old little boy right here all alone. He doesn't know what happened to his mom. His mom left him. He waves down a North Miami Beach police officer. And in this video, even though there's so much heartbreak, you will see how the police officers deal with this child and through it all, simply try to make him smile.
You live in there, right?
By myself.
You live in there by yourself?
Because my mom left me.
Saturday night, North Miami Beach. Police are flagged down by a 5-year-old boy. He doesn't know where his mom is.
She didn't tell you what time she's going to come back? Oh. But we'll find mommy, okay? So his mom went to Walmart.
Cops can't reach mom, they say.
I'm going to leave the door open. I'm going to stay with you the whole time, okay? You don't know your ABCs, right? You want to sing it with me? A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I know you know it.
They sweep the efficiency where the boy lives with his mom. They say they saw several boxes, signs of hoarding. Along with the boxes, there were signs of dirt, spider webs, and leftover rotten food, residue, everywhere, they said. Mom still couldn't be reached.
Now I know my ABC. Next time, won't you sing with me? See, you know it.
North Miami Beach police trying to keep the child calm. Cops spotted the boy around 8, and several hours later they reached mom, who said a friend would pick up the boy. That friend never showed up. At around 1 o'clock in the morning, the little boy was given over to the Department of Children and Families. Mom, Britley Lewis, was spotted eventually leaving the house and arrested.
Get away from the alleged victim.
Mom ordered to stay away from her child. And in the middle of all of this, a little boy not knowing where his mom is, police trying to bring a smile to his face in a heartbreaking moment.
You know the Ipsy Bitsy Father, you know? You know that song too? Yeah, you do. You laughing because I start singing it because I see you laughing.
So through it all, they try to make that little 5-year-old boy, that child, smile and laugh. Now let's get to mom for a second here. These are serious charges, child neglect charges. She can't see the little child, the 5-year-old, At this point, he is in the custody of the Department of Children and Families. This is very much, though, an ongoing investigation. As I mentioned there in the story, police were absolutely horrified when they went into this child's home, and they're just grateful that the child was able to be saved and handed over to the Department of Children and Families. What a great job by the North Miami Beach police officers. We're live in North Miami Beach. I'm Rosh Lowe, Local 10 News.
On behalf of the North Miami Beach Police Department, we thank you all for your continued support. I'd like to preface by saying law enforcement officers are not known for singing, but we are known for care and compassion. And one last thing I'd like to highlight, I'd just like to compare our crime stats from last year to now currently. For armed robberies, we're now down 83%. For strong armed robberies, we're down 64%. Burglary to vehicles are down 53%. Motor vehicle thefts were down 35%. Non-residential burglaries were down 57%. And residential burglaries were down 40%, overall reduction of 57%. And thank you to the manager allowing us to hire 20 more additional officers. We'll have them hired by the end of the year. So thank you very much.
Mr. Manager, if I may, if the chief can just take a couple more minutes, because those numbers aren't numbers that we should just not recognize. I think those numbers are amazing numbers. Some by more like half a decrease in certain areas. Can you just talk a little bit more about?
Yeah, so we've taken a really proactive approach this year, not like we haven't done in the past, but it's a testament to the morale has been skyrocketing. The personnel, we're getting more officers in here. They enjoy coming to work. They enjoy doing their job, and it's a testament to their dedication, professionalism. We have the right people in place to move forward and take action. So that's a testament to the reduction in crime that you're seeing today.
Awesome. And I'm going to always reiterate my support for this police chief, deputy police chief, and the entire command staff and all of the team of the North Miami Beach Police Department. Great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Through the mayor, I just want to say that's one thing that you can't really put on a video is the camaraderie, the change in camaraderie amongst your staff. I have to tell you, that's what makes the difference. That's why it's so good now. We're doing what we're supposed to doing, but we're doing it with a happy heart. So I appreciate you very much.
Thank you so much,
If I
Commissioner.
may, Mr. Mayor. I want to ditto the exact words that he said. I want to ditto.
Oh, you want to ditto? Okay.
Exactly what he said, but only 20 more police officers, that's it? Only 20?
I'm still working on it.
We have to work on that, okay. But thank you all.
No,
for
thank
your
you all.
service.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Mayor.
Madam Clerk, public comment.
Good evening, everyone. At this time, the Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach has opened the meeting for public comment. There is a 3-minute time limit for each speaker. Speaker, when you're called to the podium, please state your name or the name of the organization which you are representing. The Mayor and Commissioner of the City of North Miami Beach recognizes the importance of civility. The City of North Miami Beach requests that all exercise civility towards each other at all times. And our first speaker is Rod Feiner.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Rod Feiner. I'm an attorney with Coker & Feiner at 1133 Southeast 4th Avenue in Fort Lauderdale. I'm actually here to speak on item 9.11, which is the 8.11 Washington Square Park item of which is being done. I'm here to request that you postpone that item to your next agenda. I represent Shift Construction and Development. If you may recall, on November 17th of 2025, this commission awarded this contract to Shift Construction and Development. As a matter of fact, I have a copy of the resolution right here. Section 2 says, the mayor and city commission accepts the recommendation of the city manager and city staff and award the Washington Park Community Center redevelopment project to Shift Construction and Development and authorize the manager to execute a contract. Section 3 of that resolution then says it's subject to negotiations and everything else. Now, from that time period,
we were able to engage in negotiations with the city. We sent emails requesting negotiations back and forth, and instead of engaging in negotiations, the city staff at that point sent a notice of rejection of all bids at the time after the city commission had awarded that contract to shift subject to negotiations and entering into, saying you're supposed to do something along those lines. Nothing happened from your procurement department. And then all of a sudden, after several emails, we had discussions about a technology line item. We credited the full amount to the city on that technology line item, a $500 and something thousand credit to the city. And then they rejected all bids and said, instead, we're going to put this out for rebid. We protested that. The city denied that, and we've actually filed suit against the city, and there's currently litigation pending in Miami-Dade County Circuit Court. As a matter of fact, there's a temporary injunction hearing scheduled for Wednesday of next week on this very case and on this very matter for my client against the city of North Miami Beach. I've been coordinating this with Mr. Geller. He knows what I'm saying here tonight. So nothing is by surprise that way. But we find it a conflict for you to adopt that resolution here tonight when there's pending litigation with an injunction next week, especially considering the prior city commission action where, to the best of my knowledge, staff never came and asked the city commission's permission to reject all bids. They never formally declared an impasse in negotiations one way or the other. We think going forward with this recommendation of the award for the Washington Square Park project tonight creates confusion. It circumvents the judicial process. And you should allow the judicial process, especially with the hearing occurring next week, to take place and be done. And no really substantial delay occurs one way or the other by delaying this to your next commission meeting, which my understanding is in 3 weeks. So a 3-week delay considering we were awarded the contract in November, and now you're only coming back in March, coming for another person, which is what, 5 months later? A 3-week delay is really nothing compared to the overall scheme of how this project has gone through. And we would just request that you let the judicial process take its process and come back at that point in time, because with the temporary injunction, the court will have ruled before your next commission meeting.
What item number is that?
11.8 is the Washington Square Park item.
Commissioner Smith?
I know we don't have public comment back and forth, but
Your mic, please.
I know we don't have public comment back and forth, but I'd like to ask the attorney about this. If there is something scheduled for Wednesday, what is your opinion about going forth with this tonight?
Mr. Feiner is a fine attorney and certainly an effective advocate. I know him for quite some time. The commission did not award this in November. If you go back and look at the resolution, what the commission did, I mean, the staff does the work on these, but for budgetary purposes, it's a very large project. The commission authorized the manager to enter into a contract, which would have been an award of contract. But it was subject to some definite conditions. There were some serious questions about the cost. Mr. Feiner's client had a proposal for just over $19 million. They advocated that we reject, and we had in fact disqualified a lower bid that was at $16.5 million, a $2.5 million difference. And we thought, and that was the procurement director, the interim manager, and myself, as before Mr. Williams was here, we concluded that for $2.5 million, we wanted to be absolutely certain that we were getting the best price. And even though there might have been a technical defect in the lower bid, if it turned out that we were really comparing apples to apples and not apples to aardvarks, it could save the city $2.5 million. So that was the reason for deciding to reject all bids, which is within the authority. It did not require coming back to the commission. What we had done is come to the commission for authority to execute a contract in that very large amount. We subsequently did rebid, and as it turns out, although Mr. Feiner's client did not choose to rebid, not only did the lower bid at 16.5 rebid, but it turns out we got another bid from one of the 5 pre-qualified that came in at $15.3 million. So the result of this, if it goes forward, will be saving the city almost $4 million on this project. Now, I want to be clear, not only was the previous item before the commission not an award, it authorized a contract. And that's all this one does. It authorizes a contract. We are not at the point where we have a finalized contract. And let me say, I do agree on one thing with Mr. Feiner. We have a hearing Wednesday. We filed a very lengthy motion to dismiss their complaint. We don't think it's well taken. We filed it late Monday evening. Tomorrow, Mr. Feiner, with our agreement, is deposing a member of our staff. We have a hearing Wednesday. It is not our intention to execute the new contract that you're authorizing prior to Wednesday's hearing, but no one has a right to city business. The city acts in the best interests of the city and of the taxpayers, and if there's a potential for almost $4 million savings, we want to realize that. I'm not planning to walk into court and go, ha, judge, we already did it. We'll go to the hearing, we'll see what happens, presuming the judge rules fairly promptly. That's fine, but if it turns out that this process might drag on, then we may have to take other action, but we're not planning to do anything before Wednesday's hearing. This is not a final award. It is an authorization for the city, the manager, the procurement director, and myself to review and approve a contract, and then the manager executes it. So I'm sympathetic to what he's saying, but we'll go to that hearing Wednesday, and we'll see what the judge has to say. It is not our plan to execute first. We do want the authority. This is a pressing issue. It's been delayed. We're not happy it was been delayed, but to save 2.5 or actually now $3.7 million, that's worth a little bit of time and making sure it's gotten exactly right, and we act in the best interests of the people who pay the taxes for this staff.
So in your opinion, we can keep it on the agenda for a vote?
We can vote to approve, to approve the authorization,
Right.
and that's all it is. It's not an award any more than the one in November was an award. We can vote to approve the authorization. Sorry, that was a bit of a long explanation, but I want you to understand we're contesting this suit vigorously, but I do agree that to try to sneak in and get the contract signed between now and Wednesday morning, I wouldn't want to face the judge and do that. We're not going to do that.
Well, I know that the item is, we're going to talk about it later on in the agenda, so because it's public comment, I know there's other people waiting, so I don't want to belabor the point. If you want to wrap up real quick, because...
Yes, sir. Mr. Geller is an excellent attorney. Like he said, we've crossed swords in the past, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and several times since, so I do respect his opinion greatly. Of course, lawyers will have differentiation in opinion. The only thing I'm going to do is wrap up on this, is I'm going to quote the resolution from November, okay, that was adopted November, Section 2 of the resolution. The mayor and city commission accept the recommendation of the city manager and city staff and award ITB 2025-05 WP Washington Park Community Center redevelopment project to Schiff Construction and Development and authorize the city manager to execute a contract with Schiff. And then Section 3 has the issue of this is subject to negotiations and everything else. The crux of our lawsuit is we don't believe negotiations occurred. We don't believe that the city followed its process on doing this. We believe that the city had to come back to you first before they rejected all bids. I know Mr. Geller has a very vehement disagreement with me on that. And my only whole point on that is while lawyers could disagree, and that's why there's a lawsuit pending with a hearing next week, I don't think a 3-week delay in terms of everything else that's going on with this one, considering we were awarded the contract back in November and now it's here in March,
really prejudice the city at all. Your bidder on the rebid has a 90-day guaranteed purchase hold on purchase price. A 3-week delay doesn't prejudice you on purchase price or numbers or anything else. And I thank you for the courtesy of being allowed to address what Mr. Geller said. I know that is not your standard policy.
30 seconds, Mayor. He read the words, authorized. There was no contract ever signed with his client. We never went to contract. And Section 3, as he said it was contingent on negotiations. It also said clarifications and revisions, and that's where we found that we had to act when, I mean, millions of dollars. We just, that's why it never went to contract. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Comment?
Next two speakers, Melissa Winchester and then Karen Harold.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. A little lower, could you hear me now? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Melissa Winchester. I have been a resident of North Miami Beach for,
Is your mic, I don't.
could you hear me? Okay, over a good 30 years. The first time I stood at this podium, I was 13. I turned 43 March the 9th. Thank you for that. I heard what the gentleman before me just stated.
Give your name, please.
She did.
I did. Melissa Winchester, how are you?
I'm great. Melissa, I couldn't hear.
It's okay. Charge it to your heart, not your, thank you. In reference to item 11.8, Washington Park has been waiting. Everyone that sat here have been campaigning. You just got here, city manager, please understand. I'm 43. I was 13. I have a 14-year-old. It's been a long time. I have been the president at Washington Park. I have been a counselor at Washington Park. I've been a transportation NMB line, the original one, door-to-door service. Then I left y'all and I went to Miami-Dade County, the benefits and the FRS. But long story short, where it comes to this, we can't prolong. We can't. This, I gotta speed up. My next item was 11.9. I did send out an email early Tuesday morning because I just got back to work. I understand to a certain extent, but all I was asking within my email was just due process to any of y'all. If it was your situation, I would be here the same. I work for Miami-Dade County Corrections. I'm in court every day. That's what I do, is process, intake, and release. When the judge says X, Y, and Z, as long as it adds up and the clerk has done their part, I make sure that you get where you need to be. I'm asking for honest due process, and please, I don't need to be 53 waiting for this project.
I want to see it.
I want to see it. Too many people have passed standing at this podium. Please understand, I'm standing here for the ones that are not here anymore, that has told me the reason they fought for it. From the Castaways, to the Marvin Phillips, to the Melissa Williams, and so many more, to even Larry. We may have not always seen eye to eye, but one thing, he stood for Washington Park.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Hi, good evening. Karen Harold. I live in North Miami Beach. Hello, Mayor, City Commissioners, City Attorney, City Clerk, City Manager, Deputy Manager. Nice to see you all here. I wanted to thank Commissioner Smith for putting on the agenda about puppy mills. I noticed, especially COVID time, there were many stray dogs around, whether or not people were hospitalized and nobody to look after their animals, or they just couldn't afford to feed them, and it hasn't let up. I'm on Nextdoor app, and if you look there, every day you see at least one dog, if not more, lost, abandoned, who knows. Stray dogs seem to find my daughters, and they worked very hard to form some kind of a network with the people they know to find rescues, and they've been able to send one dog. Big Dog Rescue accepted it, and it was adopted out. Another dog, a person who catches animals, she decided to keep the dog. It was blind in one eye and had many issues, and she took care of that. These dogs are out there. There's two kind of dogs that people have been putting on the chats that are loose in the area where I live, and somebody said he bit a mailman. So the places that would pick up dogs can't do it, and you hear the same thing like you heard back in COVID time. They're full. I met somebody with a beautiful dog. I started talking to him. He said they went to a rescue. I had no idea where they went. He said they wanted $7,000. So that must have been an illegitimate rescue. So getting information out of which rescues people can call is so important. So thank you for that. Also, I just wanted to mention about what everybody campaigned on. Transparency and accountability. We've had many problems in the city over the years. And so every time somebody runs for election, the first thing they say is, we need transparency. We need accountability. We need to take responsibility, have our elected officials take responsibility for their actions, and not do anything to put our city at a detriment or at a loss. And it's owed to the people that you're elected to serve. Any loss we have hits us. It hits us and it hurts us. And that's not what you were elected for. And I sure hope you all make your opinions heard and find it unacceptable for that to happen. We need to have trust that you are looking out for us and that you care about us. And it's not a friends and family situation, but it's what's a right situation. And I see the new sign up there. If you ever have a question what to do, just look up and find the answers. Thank you very much.
Next speaker.
Michelle Lazaro and then Emily Pons.
Just a second. I just want to welcome Vice Mayor
Thank
from
you.
City of Hallandale Beach, Michelle Lazaro.
Thank
you for being
you.
here.
Thank you, Commissioner. And tonight I'm here in my unofficial capacity, not representing the city, but as an advocate and activist and somebody who came 10 years ago and asked commissioners, good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me. Commissioner Smith, the clock is ticking.
Speaker.
Sorry.
Respectfully, please state your name.
Oh, sure, Michelle Lazaro from Hallandale Beach. Well, now the clock is ticking. Okay. So here a decade ago regarding the same issue, and North Miami Beach was one of the leaders in South Florida of passing a pet sales ban, which really deals only with the sale of dogs and cats in stores. And the reason that we do that is because 99% of dog stores get their dogs from commercial breeders, also known as puppy mills. True breeders don't sell to stores, they sell direct to the public. This ordinance does not prevent a hobby breeder from selling direct from their home to the public. We're not trying to restrict anybody from getting an animal. Obviously, we always advocate for rescue first, adoption first. There are people who are going to want that pure breed dog. They are more than welcome to go directly to a breeder. We are stopping the puppy mill pipeline in stores. Now, your ordinance, thank you very much again for passing it, had some loopholes in it. And what we're doing tonight is we're asking to close those and make the language tighter so that there can be no room for misunderstanding, which is what's happening in Pompano Beach. And the reason that I'm here with kind of an urgency is that Pompano Beach left a loophole open for hobby breeders, and now they have a major problem there because the store came, opened, claim they were selling from hobby breeders, and no matter how we have proven that they are not, the city is refusing to take action and close this loophole, and so now they're in a big fight over there. So I am asking all the cities that have this kind of language to please close it. because right now you have no stores. This is status quo. It hurts no one. It protects the city from any incoming stores from operating nefariously. And this will be in keeping with your large box stores, Petco, PetSmart, Pet Supermarket no longer sell dogs and cats. They haven't for a long time. So this doesn't impact those stores from operating. And you're welcoming any business who would like to come here and open. They're more than welcome. They just can't sell cats and dogs. And I just want to say Florida has almost 80 bans across the state. And right now we have state bans in Illinois, California, Maine, New York, Washington, with upcoming bans in Colorado, Minnesota, Massachusetts, Delaware, and Oregon. While we would love to see that in Florida, with this legislature, we doubt we're ever going to see that. So we'll take city by city, county by county, as much as we can. And just being here tonight and having this conversation and doing this raises the awareness for people who don't know about this industry and don't understand about why it's so important not to buy dogs and cats in stores. I will not be here for this vote, I don't think. So I hope that I can get all of your support. And thank you again to Commissioner Smith and everybody for supporting it.
Thank you.
How'd you get your dog?
Next speaker.
How'd you get your dog?
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Emily Ponce. I live in North Miami Beach. I'm here to ask your support and approval for the item 9.9. Thank you. 9.9, Resolution 2026-36. That is the traffic calming project. This project includes the safety solutions for the areas Northeast 157th, Northeast 18th Court, Northeast 158th Street, and Northeast 19th PL. As you know, over the time, our neighborhood has experienced ongoing concerns with speeding vehicles and unsafe driving behaviors. As residents, we see actually cars traveling well above the speed limits where families live, children play, and many residents walk. Just, to give you an example, last Saturday, there was an accident very early in the morning when one Tesla was speeding and crashed into a silver car. The car was totaled, and the person who was inside the car was taken to the hospital. I have been in communication with the interim Public Works Director, Ms. Henry, and she has, I really appreciate her responsiveness and efforts, and she has helped us to provide us with solutions. One of the recommendations was to install to do the study. The study has been completed. One temporary speed bump has been installed in 157. Another temporary speed bump has been installed on 158. However, this project, your approval, it will help us to have these permanent speed bumps and additional signage that will help to improve the safety concerns that we currently have in that area. For this reason, I respectfully urge you to approve this resolution and allow this project to move forward. Your support will make a meaningful difference in the daily life of the residents who call this neighborhood home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Irene Pellinger, and then Stephen Johnson.
Good evening. I'm Irene Pillinger. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Friends of the Library. In 2020, our world changed. The dangers of COVID resulted in our world shutting down and people moving within tiny bubbles trying to stay safe. Aside from the enormous loss of life, we lost community. Can that ever be rebuilt? Here in North Miami Beach, we can thank Dr. Adenia Hernandez, our library director, for her tireless efforts at giving us back a sense of community. She and her talented staff have allowed us to experience and learn from the cultures of our neighbors, Haitian, Hispanic, Black, and Jewish. We all live here, and we have been able to step into the rich cultures of our many homelands through education, dance, music, and art. Our library has become a place for the young and old and all those in between to come and find opportunity to learn new skills and celebrate our community. The North Miami Beach Library was singled out and chosen by the For a Bright Future Foundation to become a home to an amazing media lab where teens learn the craft of video editing and broadcasting, among other specialized programs. The library achieves certification as an age-friendly library, recognizing the needs of seniors by expanding programs that foster social connection and lifelong learning so older adults can fully engage. Under Dr. Hernandez's leadership, the library became the third library in the state of Florida to be accredited as age-friendly and the only one to achieve the highest level offered. Also, under her leadership, our library is now a member of the Hidden Disabilities Sunflower Program for those among us with hidden disabilities. By simply wearing a sunflower lanyard, those with non-visible disabilities can be identified. This is beneficial when dealing with police, TSA, medical personnel, as well as library staff. Those needing a lanyard can get one at our library. Quite a number of years ago, our library was cut off from its own backyard and is missing programs that can benefit all our residents. I have mentioned before that a simple gate between Slam and the amphitheater park would give our park back to the residents. We could then teach about gardening or simply have book discussions, classes, board games under the shade of a tree with a cooling breeze from the canal. Outdoor space is vital to libraries and can act as a therapeutic escape for all, from children to seniors. I would love to see us take back our space and use it to expand the well-being of our residents through even more library programs. I look forward, okay, thank you very much.
You want to finish your thought?
I look forward to speaking with each of you again this year about the importance of our library to our community and how to ensure that the budget for the library is maintained as all essential services are maintained. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm sorry about your loss, Irene, for your brother. May he rest in peace.
Good evening, everybody. Stephen Hunter Johnson, 170 Northeast 159th Street. I am not a resident of, but I am a neighbor to and a customer of North Miami Beach Water. I am here today to speak on resolution number 11.8. Madam Clerk, if you could just update that line because that wasn't on my original thing, and 11.9. As to 11, and I can do it in under 3 minutes, I promise.
Okay.
As to 11.8, I was moved when I heard the cries to finish at Washington Park, and it's time. I've been there. At this point, the signs promising we'd be finished are old and weathered, and it's time. And so I'm glad I got to be here today. In God we trust. Perhaps providence was the way on this, so that I could just say to so many of my friends on the dais, it's time. So I strongly support passage of 11.8. As to 11.9, Pastor Tobin actually opened with an invocation that I found powerful because she said, let's disagree without destroying each other. And it caught me off guard because those of you, and I know all of you, have been here long enough to know this body, not these members, but this body has had its fights. It's had its moments. It has had those days. And I was always, as a neighbor and a concerned neighbor, able to not leave my house for those meetings, but I have been up with many of you until 1 and 2 a.m. for some of those meetings, and those days are in the past. So I'm reminded as I look at the 11.9 that 6 statements of allegedly, 2, if substantiated, says at the very least, as the good sister who spoke earlier said, that due process has not run its course. And moving forward, not passing 11.9 today, it's not appropriate, it's not right, it's not righteous. But moving forward, keeping in mind what Pastor Tobin said, because I like not reading about my friends in the newspaper. I like it when you're able to do the business of government and not make the front page of the Herald. And you guys have done so well. So I would ask you not to pass 11.9 for those reasons. And other than that, I wish you all a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next speaker.
You as well.
Linda Joseph, and then Ketley Joshua. Sorry if I mispronounced it.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, council people. Good evening, mayor. I just want to take a moment to tell you how wonderful this city is and how I've been able to talk to residents, knock on doors, talk to them about what they want.
Speaker, please state your name.
It's Linda Joseph Noel. Address is 17071 West Dixie Highway. I had the immense, awesome pleasure of just really meeting residents where they're at and your events, the events that you guys put on. I am just coming back into the community because I travel a lot for work. And so I had the awesome privilege to really dive back into the community and meet the resident and your programs, the programs that you guys had. I went to the Women's Day, phenomenal. I went to the Asian market. Oh my God, you cannot unteach everything I learned. The library, it is a truly happy place. I can work from home, but I choose to work in the library. I just see all ages, all faces. It is just so awesome. That being said, as I knock on doors, as I talk to residents, one of the things that keep coming up is who do we talk to on the dais? Which commissioner we talk to? I've sent emails about different residents with different concerns. So I don't know, some answered and some don't answer. Sometimes when a resident asks me something, I mostly can answer it because it's always a Google search, but I just don't know who do I send the concern to because it's widely. Secondly, like I said, while we're out there, I've emailed a couple of y'all with the resident's name and number and the concern. I have not gotten called back, but that's fine. But you have to at least answer the residents, and that's all I'm asking. Because when you don't, they come back to me, and I really don't want to do that. After I say for certain they will call. So I don't know if should we send it to the manager's office, should we send it to different individual? If you guys could give me some guidance on that, that would be perfect. Second, one of the concerns, as I'm out there talking to residents, one of the concerns they had, it was, I think 2 commissioner meetings ago, it was a $50,000 budget item that was served to an attorney for an investigation. I'm not saying investigation is not warranted. One of the things that the residents say, why couldn't we use a lawyer or an attorney in the city, either one who lives in the city or one who practices in the city, right? Because $50,000, our residents here, the average resident salary is $52,000 a year. So it's a little jarring when we hear attorneys charge our city $50,000 in 2 weeks. So that's one of the concerns they brought up to me. So we need to be really clear. And I heard someone also said about transparency. That should be looked into. And also the...
Time, thank you.
I want to say what Washington Park said, but please get Washington Park. They are wonderful people over there. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
It's working.
I can hear you. Try now.
Well, I know you need to knock on the window and let them know. Okay, now we can hear you. Oh, my name is Ketli Joachim, and I reside in the city of North Miami Beach. Good evening, Mayor, Commission, our new city manager, deputy city manager, and definitely my police chief. I'm here this evening really wanting to talk about the Multicultural Committee, but in lieu of the United Nations General Assembly has voted to recognize the enslavement of Africans, the transatlantic chattel slave trade, as the gravest crime against humanity. Being a member of the Multicultural Committee, we try to put an event together for Haitian Heritage Month. Our liaison every year has gone above and beyond trying to find the funds that we need in order for us to put this together. Haitian Heritage Month is something that should be taken very, very seriously. As in this city, the Haitians, you have a very large group of your residents are Haitians. So this year, the funding is not there. The library is doing its best to put something together. But I would have thought that every single one of you on the dais would have put yourself together with our liaison in order to do something grand. Because what Edenia has at the library, I think most people in my shoes, most of our residents who are Haitians, feel that it is beneath us for you all not to go above and beyond and really do something that recognize what the Haitian community has done, has brought to this country. Haiti was the first that stood up and say enough with slavery. So that needs to be recognized. We're not saying that we are better than the rest of the world, but definitely in North Miami Beach, we are asking you all to put yourself together. Do not leave it only to our liaison, Commissioner Smuggler, to do this alone. And the library doesn't have the funding. So I'm asking each and single one of you that sit on the dais, every 7 member of yours, to put yourself together and do something that we can say we're proud of. Haitian Heritage Month need to be celebrated. It should be celebrated. So I'm not sure if the funding gonna be coming from
15 seconds.
our city manager, all of you, but I'm asking every single one of you to work together in order to put something that the Haitian community feel very proud of. Thank you.
Commissioner Flournoy?
No, I just wanted to thank Ms. Joachim for that statement. I know that the multicultural liaison is Commissioner Smuggler, and with respect to that, I'm ready and willing to help, and I would believe that most of us, if not all of us, are ready and willing to help in one way or another. And in previous years, we've had very large-scale Haitian Heritage Month events or a series of events throughout the month of May. But what's significant about this year especially is, number one, it's our centennial. And number two, for the first time in decades, the Haitian national soccer team has made it into the World Cup. And so, that's a really big deal, and we as a county are gonna be hosting some of these FIFA games. So there's a lot of different ways that we can, use these types of events or these types of issues or things that are happening within our community as a catalyst for Haitian Heritage Month. So I'd like to see more than just us using our contingencies perhaps, but something significant coming from the manager's office to assist in Haitian Heritage Month. So that's my statement on that.
Commissioner Smith?
I just want to say for years and years, I can't remember how many, I've always given the library money for my contingency. Plus, if I see something they need, I'll buy it for them as well. But the most important thing and thank you, Ketley, is to let the public know that every ethnicity is so important, and we have to honor them. We just had an amazing thing for elderly, amazing. We've had for the Oriental, we've had for any holiday. But the problem is funding. So it doesn't have to be just the 7 of us. If somebody is listening to this or knows somebody that they can tell because they listen to this, you know, there's nothing wrong. What did they call those? GoFundMe? I mean, there's nothing wrong with everybody contributing something to make it so that we show all of Dade County when it comes to, no matter where you're from, we're going to celebrate you. Thank you so much.
Jean?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not sure if the manager can harpen on our conversations as it relates to this. And it has been an issue, even the past years, with the previous administration to try to get more funding for the program or synergy amongst the board and also the different departments that do celebrate the Heritage Month. So I don't know if you can speak to that point, because I know this is a conversation I've tried to have with Mr. Plotkin last year. Wasn't successful. This year again, I'm glad Ms. Ketley brought this up again. But I can honestly say this is something that I've been frustrated by just because we haven't been able to really get to a consensus about it. So I don't know if you can chime in.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner John, and thank you, Ms. Yalsham. So Commissioner John did meet with my office to discuss her concerns with the lack of prominence with this particular event. When I came on board as your city manager, one thing that I noticed is that each department was working in a silo. So that month was February. Several departments in the city of North Miami Beach held its own Black History Month event, as well as the mayor and commission. So it's not a matter of finding new money, it's a matter of pooling resources. So my office, as I've met with all the department heads, I executed an initiative that we call One City, One Team. And part of that One City, One Team is doing things together. So we have wasn't quite ready for the announcement yet, but thank you. Thank you for the moment, Commissioner John. This is the moment is here for us to make. I met with all the department heads and including the Multicultural Committee, which we're very excited that they are working with us, with the city. But we pulled resources all together to have one big pot and one big event to recognize Haitian Heritage Month. I met with Commissioner Bastien, our county commissioner. We are also partnering with her office. She will be covering the expense for a $20,000 tent. So we're very grateful for her, and we're going to have, we're working on now putting together, utilizing all the already existing funds that were available in each department to do a Haitian Heritage Month event, putting them together and having one phenomenal event tentatively scheduled for Saturday, May 1st.
Okay. Next speaker?
Saturday, May 2nd. My apologies.
Next 3 signed speakers are Bruce Lamberto, Leslie Sardinia, and Maria Hawk.
Well, good evening. Bruce Lamberto, Eastern Shores. This is really addressed to all the commissioners here. About 6 months ago, our mayor went to Japan. And I thought that was kind of really a poor use of our funds, especially since we had to take $12 million of our reserves, emergency reserves, to fill our budget gap, leaving us with $4.7 million left in emergency reserves, which is really like half a hurricane. But he decided to go on this trip. So, of course, he knew there was going to be a public record request from somebody. So I turned it in. It came back at $6,800 or so for the trip. Well, subsequent to that, the mayor turned in another receipt for $3,000 for a private cabin on this trip to Japan. So not only did he fly first class, he flew in a private cabin that he's billing the taxpayers $3,000 for. So this trip turned into almost a $10,000 trip with no tangible benefits to anybody except him. You know, he tried talking all of you to go into this trip. We're going to Japan. It sounded like Oprah Winfrey there. You know, we're going to Japan. And of course, all of you are smart enough to figure out, hey, we don't need to get near this. If you'll notice, all the commission aides are here tonight except for one, the mayor's aide. You ever see her? You don't usually see her because she's working full-time in the city of North Miami. Yet she's getting paid 29 hours a week here from North Miami Beach, the mayor's aide. In the old days, they used to call this ghosting. Employee would come punch somebody else's time card. Some of the unions would have fake employees that they can collect paychecks from. This is what's going on here. There's a request for the emails from this aide that I'm waiting on. I sent in a record request for her employment status in North Miami twice, and it just keeps not coming back because she works in the clerk's office over there. So I guess it just gets put on the bottom of a pile. But you're all aware of this. You know about this. Now we have an attorney here that's going to defend this man from being censored. Think about that. That's not even part of the discussion here. Think about censoring him for having this fake employee that we have over here. And the trip. This is the reason you need to have commission approval for all trips outside the country, and especially no first class. If you want to be first class, you pay for it. You want a cabin, you pay for it. This is just looting of the taxpayers' funds. And it's unfortunate that the leader of our commission is doing all this. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
Leslie Sardinia. Give me 1 second. What happened?
I'll take 8 minutes.
Time it on your phone. Go ahead. I'm watching.
8 minutes.
You may proceed, please.
Leslie Sardinia, North Miami Beach, for 26 years. That's actually my address. Good evening, distinguished panels and everyone here. First of all, Phyllis, thank you for putting the ordinance for the puppy mills. It's so important, as you can see. My pups, thank you. If you would please all vote for this, because we should be adopting, we shouldn't be shopping. So thank you, Phyllis, for putting that on there. Michelle said to thank you. Joe, she forgot to say that. So, and I thank you as well for getting it on there and writing it for us. I appreciate it. I also want to say the noise ordinance would be nice, because we do have a problem with that. We have a lot of issues with that, especially in Eastern Shores. Also, again, I keep saying it, the right turn lane between 26th Avenue and Biscayne really does need to have writing on the pavement saying that that is a right turn only, because the traffic is unreal there. So I guess there's people that don't know. They could be, tourists, but that is really a nightmare that gets stopped up there. Also, 164th and Eastern Shores, we've got people parking on the street that we can barely get by down when we get near close to 30th and 29th, where I live. I wanted to say something positive. I don't think Coastal is here, but my drivers for Coastal are just the nicest. And so I just want to put a good job to them. I mean, so nice. I mean, I do give them little Christmas things, but they are super, super nice people. And again, unfortunately, that this is the way that it is in our city, but I feel like you should move forward with 11.9. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good evening to everyone here tonight. My name is Mara, and I am a longtime resident of this city. Tonight, I will speak about some concerns and about what we are witnessing here in this city is just disagreement. It's not just politics. It is something far more serious and far more dangerous. It is the deliberate use of accusation, not as truth, but as a weapon. False claims of truth, repeated narrative designed to damage a person's name, coordinated effort that appeal intended to destroy credibility, not by facts, but by fear. Let's call this what it is. This is not leadership. This is retaliation. And under the principle of Florida Sunshine Law, this body has a duty, not a choice, a duty to ensure that government actions are conducted with transparency, fairness, and integrity that concludes how allegations are raised, discussed, and used in public decision-making. When accusations are made without evidence, when they are amplified in public settings, and when they conveniently target individuals who have consistently spoken out against wrongdoings, this raises serious concerns. Concerns about abuse of authority, concerns about misuse of public platforms, concerns about whether the process of this city are being used to intimidate rather than inform. Because let's be honest about what is happening. The individuals being targeted is someone who has repeatedly pointed out issues, concerns about conduct, concerns about governance, concerns about accountability, and instead of those concerns being addressed, we are seeing an attempt to discredit the messenger. That is not how transparent governments work. On the Florida law, public trust is not optional. It's the foundation of your authority. And that trust is broken when accusations are used strategically instead of responsibility. Okay. Give me just 40 seconds. Because once an elected official makes unverified accusation against a resident of this city, the Sunshine Law is no longer serving its purpose. It's being undermined. And when truth is replaced by fabrication and accountability is replaced by retaliation, the damage is not just personal, it is institutional. Do better, demand better, protect the integrity of this city before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
David Zapin.
David Zapin, founder of Zapin for NMB. Though these days I do a lot of ride share, my luxury SUV. Wow. With all respect to the commissioners, Mr. Mayor, learned counsel, and the clerks, I hoped I would just be here talking about the elder abuse against seniors by the, rampant phone calls, misleading or just incompetent, but that's not today's subject. Neither is the homeless and semi-homeless that will be vectors for disease, whether the rabies by mice or the next West Nile disease by mosquitoes. But sure, 11.9. I really hoped we wouldn't get anywhere near something like this after confusion at best, scandals at worst with the various commissioners back then, council members. Obviously, the mayor and I have our differences, if only because I'm a Gen Xer and the mayor is not. I ran briefly in the 23 special election just to try to pull together the city, and here we are all over again. I hope that 11.9 is unnecessary, but I only brought my glasses and not my jeweler's loupe. Just like I'm looking at the phrase, "In God we trust," when I call John Fugelsang at night, I joke, I tried to be an atheist rabbi, but I couldn't keep the faith. I'm a little confused why that's there when it's everywhere else. Are we back in a new Cold War, like it's 53? I say this, someone with degrees in history from FIU and as a systems analyst from Miami-Dade College. Please, I know there's all sorts of culture clashes in play, but I thought that the controversy now had been settled with the end of the P cards that were allegedly misused some years ago. We're supposed to be smarter than this and better than this, and as I see, we're 30 seconds in. Keep in mind that the tourists are leaving, so as we say Happy Eid, Happy Passover, Happy Easter.
50 seconds.
I hope the rest of us can try to be civil to one another. Happy holidays. Good luck.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mubarak Kazan.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, commissioners, staff, residents, Mr. City Manager and Deputy City Manager. See this here? I have to wear this. My name is Mubarak Kazan. I have to wear this because the sun shines through that shade into our faces. The mayor and council, commissioners, it does not affect them, but it affects us. I have to buy more shades if you do not fix that. Thank you very much. I know.
It reflects on us.
No worries.
Don't pick on him, he lost weight.
The police department, they came up and they give very good numbers. For many years, I had advocated that we outfitted the police department with body cameras. Tonight we saw them in action, singing Itsy Bitsy Spider and all of these nice fancy things. I asked that we also put the videos on the cars. And when I say advocate for the cameras on the bodies, was since in 2003. Now it's 2026. I think they only implemented those videos about 3-4 years ago. And they're getting good PR with it. And we see that the numbers are going down. And the police chief and his staff is doing a fabulous job so far. I want to repeat what my mother keep telling me about the speeding on 12th Avenue. We need to put some traffic calming there. And also she noticed that when the neighbors, they hire these people to clean up their surroundings, they blow the grass and weeds and so forth onto the road. and that we have a special ordinance for that. That needs to be implemented. We have nice neighbors, but the people that come to clean their yard, they blow their grass on the road, and that should not be. In terms of Reso 11.9, my personal feeling is that we need to continue the investigation, and after the investigation, then we can get a Reso like 11.9. My personal feeling. I just don't think that we should jump the gun, put more money into the investigations. I heard it's all 7 of you being investigated, and let's come to a feasible conclusion of instead of jumping the gun and only shooting ourselves in the foot year after year. And if we do not learn something by now, that you do not jump the gun, because it's costing the city a lot of money. We paid out hundreds of thousands of dollars before to like charter officers and so forth, because we jumped the gun. Thank you very much for having me.
Next speaker.
Former Commissioner Barbara Kramer.
Good evening, everyone. Barbara Kramer. I had no intention of speaking this evening. I mean, after all, if I say the wrong thing, maybe there's going to be a police report about me. But I guess it's good to do this publicly so that there's witnesses and that what I'm saying is the truth and nothing but the truth. If anyone deserves a censure in this city, it's the mayor. And let's not forget, other commissioners were censured. I was censured for a complete lie, that when I asked for a public record request to respond to the allegations about me, it came back not responsive or no reply or whatever it's called when there's nothing there to show. Because I never did the things that 3 of you said I did. You didn't like the way I was acting, and that's okay if it was perceived the wrong way, and I apologize that you had even thought to perceive it that way. Those were some crazy times. But we have employees who have spoken the truth, alleged truth, excuse me. They have spoken to investigators and let them know what they've gone through because of the actions of the mayor. And to discount that would be shameful. There's going to be an investigation. There'll be an end to it, and it'll either be maybe ethics violations, maybe criminal violations, maybe no violations. All of this is for each of you to let this mayor know and to stand up for the employees that you don't approve what he's doing when he speaks out of turn. It's not his duties. It's a derelict of his duties when he's talking to directors and talking to the manager and not going through, not the manager, the directors and the managers of their department, and not going through the actual city manager to talk to them. It's disgusting. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff coming down the pike, isn't there? I mean, you guys should have watched C-SPAN, but no, we're here watching this. 2 circuses happening at the same time. This is not okay, and the truth will come out, like I've said it before, because this is a repeat and a repeat and a repeat. You're just showing your disapproval. This is not a trial. Show that you don't approve. Stand up for the employees, for God's sakes. Happy Easter and happy Passover.
Mr. Mayor, we do not have any more speakers.
All right, next item on the agenda is announcements.
Hello, good evening, Mayor and Commission, Manager, and our residents. My name is Jasmine Joseph, the Interim Communications Manager. Go ahead and take it away, IT. Good evening, North Miami Beach. The months ahead are filled with opportunities to connect, celebrate, and stay involved. From community events to key city updates, here's a look at what's upcoming as we continue our centennial year and strengthen engagement across our community. Senior residents are invited to enjoy an afternoon of connection and community at the Senior Luncheon on Friday, March 27th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. Registration is required through the Parks and Recreation. The City of North Miami Beach is opening doors to opportunities with the Key to the City workshop on Saturday, March 28th from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. at the McDonald Center. This session is designed for home buyers, sellers, and investors, offering guidance on funding, ownership, and real estate strategy. Infrastructure improvements are underway along East Drive, where milling, resurfacing, and sidewalk repairs will enhance roadway conditions, pedestrian safety, and accessibility. This project reflects the city's continued investment in infrastructure, with work anticipated through the second quarter of 2026. The North Miami Beach Library is offering a variety of programs throughout the month of March for children, teens, and adults. Activities include educational workshops, creative programs, and wellness classes. Residents are encouraged to participate and contact the library for registration and additional details. The city continues to prioritize senior engagement with another senior luncheon scheduled for Friday, April 26th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the Marjorie and Williams McDonald Center. Registration is required through Parks and Recreation Department. A special commission meeting will take place Tuesday, April 7th from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. at City Hall. Residents are encouraged to attend and stay engaged in key city decisions. The North Miami Beach Library continues its programming in April with events and activities for all ages, including learning opportunities, creative workshops, and community-focused programs. Residents can contact the library for more information and registration details. North Miami Beach is celebrating culture, history, and community at Washington Park Heritage Day Block Party on Saturday, April 18th from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. The Centennial event will feature live entertainment, a DJ, face painting, bounce houses, and a family-friendly activity throughout the day. Hope to see you there. In celebration of National Arbor Day, the City of North Miami Beach, in partnership with the Beautification Committee, will host a tree giveaway on Saturday, April 25th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. at the Senator Glenn Margolis Amphitheater. Residents can receive trees while learning about sustainability and environmental stewardship. The next regular City Commission meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, April 21st at 6 p.m., located at City Hall. Residents are encouraged to attend and participate in shaping the future of the community. The City of North Miami Beach invites entrepreneurs and small business owners to attend the Small Business Summit and Expo on Wednesday, May 6th from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. at City Hall. The event will feature workshops, networking opportunities, and business resources. Registration is encouraged through the provided QR code. Residents are encouraged to stay informed by signing up for the City of North Miami Beach text messaging system. Real-time updates, alerts, and community information are available by registering online or scanning the QR code provided. As the city looks ahead, it's all a part of our centennial celebration and continued investment in keeping our community connected and informed. For more information on these events and other city initiatives, visit the City of North Miami Beach website or follow us at City NMB on social media. Stay connected, stay informed, and continue celebrating 100 years of North Miami Beach.
Madam Clerk, next item is
Commission reports.
Commission reports.
Commissioner Chernoff.
Good evening, everybody. Hopefully, everybody's having a good time and is looking forward to the holidays. All right, colleagues, we recently received an email from the former chief of staff outlining chief financial officer outlining several concerns on the operation of the city. The city manager wasn't present at that time, so I'm asking the city manager to please look into these actions and report back to us, because we need transparency in everything that he, accused the city of doing or having problems with. So I appreciate that. Hopefully my colleagues will agree. Okay. To Irene Pillinger, if she's still here. So sorry for the passing. I can't see her. So sorry for the passing of your brother, Don Suckner. Nobody likes to lose a family member, and condolences to your family. The Heart Walk, the Bike 305 were both very successful. Congratulations to all of us for putting it on. The residents all came out in droves, and we appreciate that. Michael, Mr. Mayor, I'm upset that you have not corresponded or talked to our manager. He is your manager, and you need to work with him.
I spoke with him in his office. If he's telling you that I haven't spoken to him at all?
Yes.
Through the mayor to Commissioner Chernoff, or to Commissioner Chernoff, I was asked if you and I have ever had any meetings, or have you ever responded to my emails, and I did answer in the negative.
Okay. Well, the most recent email was?
Yesterday.
Yes.
And I have not received a response.
Okay. I mean, is there a concern that?
Well, understand that I know you didn't want him, you didn't vote for him, and you're not talking to him for a month already.
No, the city's running. Like, at the end of the day, he's supposed to be running the city. My job is not to engage, and if I don't have anything to add to it and I don't have any complaints.
Well, in past, the mayor and the city manager worked hand in hand.
Well, no. Well,
forward.
to be clear, because I don't want to take too much of your time. Because I've listened to as much as I can in regards to the recent discussions of what my role should be. You can't have it where I'm trying to be as an advocate or to speak on, and then try to punish me for certain things when it comes to, like, I just want to get to, and I'm not trying to take away from how you advocate and how you move or what have you, but his job is to run the city. It's not my job. It's not my job. That is not my job. That's not your job. That's not anybody's job. Now, if I have a concern, I'll reach out to his office, or I'll communicate to my aide to reach out to his office in regards to coordinate. But my aide has been in correspondence with his office substantially. Certain things I'll have to execute, grants, that type of stuff. That's been going on. In regards to, like, top level stuff, I've had no reason to.
Mr. Mayor, you and the manager should make the agenda for all of us, and that's not happening right now. And the manager is not somebody you can't talk to. He's your employee.
I'm not saying that, but to your point, like, if he's running the day-to-day operations, right? What do you envision my role to be?
Discussing things that you want, are concerned about the community or want to be done. That's the person you talk to. That's the person we all talk to.
But I can't. At the end of the day, it's a group that gives him direction to move one way or another. I haven't had an opportunity to say it in a group setting, but if I want a direction, the proper role would be as a commission.
Yes and no.
Okay.
Okay. We are 7 individuals that are his boss. And so we can call him at any time, speak to him at any time, and deal with him at any time. We can do it as a body also and give him direction from this dais. But individually, each one of us has spoken, I'm sure, with the manager and had conversations with the manager. That's just our job.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
Okay? All right. Chag Sameach, Happy Easter. Everybody enjoy your holidays.
Commissioner Florimon.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. First of all, happy Women's History Month.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, yes. So, you guys are everywhere, like literally. It doesn't, I mean, department heads, commissioners, leadership here, I think is majority female. And so, that says a lot. That says quite a bit. So, I think it goes without saying, but it's important to really honor and show respect for the grit, the grace, and the generosity of women. And you guys are really the heartbeat and the pulse of a nation. So thank you all for all you do. And once again, happy Women's History Month. We are in a season of celebrating Ramadan, Palm Sunday, and Passover. So whatever your respective beliefs are, I encourage everyone to take the time to just reflect and look forward to a fresh and new start during this season. So happy Passover, Palm Sunday, Easter, Ramadan, and all other holidays that are being celebrated around this time. Aside from that, we talked about Haitian Heritage Month already. Heart Walk was amazing. And also, since they're having a Heart Walk in December, I think that we should probably have a team NMB Heart Walk so that we can raise money specifically for that December walk. The city used to participate also in I think the Mercedes-Benz walk. At some point, I don't know if they still do that. Do we still do the corporate walk?
Mm-hmm.
It's coming up.
They went.
The year before. So this can be similar to that, but raising money for the Heart Association. Aside from that, our condolences to Ms. Pellinger and her family. And friends of the library, we do hear you. And, looking forward to having more conversations about what the future of the library looks like. And that's it. Let's hope, I don't want to say an expedient meeting, but let's hope we can get out of here by midnight. Thank you.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much. Wanted to thank Commissioner Florimon for the Women's History Month reference, and to all the ladies who lead, we honor you today. In addition to all of the city employees, everything that we do is a team effort. So to all the departments, thank you for the efforts that you've been putting out to make this city the great city that it is. I wanted to congratulate the police explorers. There was a promotion ceremony yesterday, which I had the pleasure of attending, and it was really refreshing to see these young people from our community serving and giving their best. I also wanted to congratulate the police department on the new marine vessel that we've all been advocating for since 2024. And finally, tomorrow, the grand reveal of that vessel. So kudos to our police department for this great endeavor. I had the pleasure of attending the National League of Cities recently and learned about two huge grants that I would love for our city to put in for, which are transportation grants, the basic and the build grant. So these two federal grants are going to be coming down the pipeline, and we're looking forward to seeing how our public works and city manager's office can work towards getting us some funding for transportation. I also wanted to chime in on the Washington Park saga, if you will. During this last 6 years, we've seen the most movement in Washington Park, but I will take this moment to chastise our departments who have dropped the ball as it relates to the procurement process and this legal conundrum that we're in. So the question also is, if we approve tonight, since it's not authorizing, what would happen to the Wednesday hearing that's, it's not clear. And so when we don't have clarity, we can't move and we delay further, which is unfortunate for the community that awaits. So 6-month delay, 7-month delay, it has to happen during this tenure. So this is the time. And I wanted to put that out there because when you guys received the first bids, you knew who came in the lowest. So whatever we're doing, whether it's the water department, police, public works, the lean program that I've been waiting on, we have to be serious about the work that we're doing. The sugarcoating it, dancing around the issues, pointing the fingers is not going to get us to where we need to go. That leads me to home rehab. This commission had put money aside for residents to get roofs and windows. That program has been put on hold. Why? We need to, but then we're trying to approve $96,000 for ribbon cuttings. It has to make sense for the residents at some point in time. We want to point fingers at the mayor. The mayor knows what he needs to improve on, but the residents need us to actually act. And this is where we are today. So, Mr. Manager, the challenge is in your court to really communicate with us as you've been doing, but more aggressively, so that we can actually move these projects forward and give answers to the tax base of this great city. What else did I want to talk about? Ms. Pellinger, condolences to your family, and also for our NMB community, celebrate your family. My neighbor, who's 95 years old, passed away this week. You know, time is precious, and when we come here to govern the city, we want to also honor our families who we leave at home to come and serve. So take this holiday to really celebrate your family, celebrate faith, and thank you for being here tonight.
Commissioner Smith.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
Happy Passover, happy Easter, Ramadan. Just every single person that comes to our city, lives in our city, plays in our city, we wish them nothing but joy. You know, when you're at your holiday celebrating, remember you're making memories. If you yell at the child because they dropped their fork, you made that memory too. So remember instead to tell them, I always drop things, and help them pick it up. That's a good memory you'll leave for them. Okay, I've got a few things to talk about real fast. There's a new building that, well, it was a bank building on 123rd and Northeast 16th Avenue, maybe 124th. And that I went this past weekend as they opened it. It is a small business it was for women, but because of diversity, it has to be for everyone, and it is for everybody. For Dade County. There's one in Central Florida, and now we have one in Dade County. So if you're thinking of opening a small business, or you started it, but you're running a little bit on the wrong side, they will help you get grants. They will help you find a place to put it. They will help you with your budget, all for our favorite four-letter F word, for free. So that's a marvelous thing for everybody to know, that if you are in the beginning of a business or if you're in the need. So as an economic development liaison, I would like the manager and the attorney to work with the North Miami Beach Chamber. We're going to get to it, the economic development resolution that was in the packet, but I pulled it because I have an idea, and when we get to it, I'm going to share that idea, and I would like the attorney and the manager to work with the chamber, and I think it's a win-win for everybody. Big Brothers and Big Sisters is coming to North Miami Beach, thanks to our manager. Big Brothers and Big Sisters is coming right here. We're going to have mentors here from the city, which brings me up to, if you cannot do that for a child, what a commitment, once a week, once a month, maybe you could do something in the summer. Maybe your business can have somebody in the summer to follow and to inspire them to go into your whatever you do. So let's not forget these young teenagers, these young adults, that really they just need somebody to help mentor them onto the right path. The Heart Walk and the Bike 305. Okay, if you don't come, then you don't get a raffle ticket. And if you don't get a raffle ticket, you don't have a chance to win one of the 20 bikes. And if you don't have a child, you could give it to your neighbor's child. You don't get to see all the booths. Walk 305, you don't get to see everything for Health Walk that is there to take your blood pressure, to take your cholesterol. You know what? We had a huge turnout, not enough. Next year, we have to do more and more because it's not for us. It's for you. Take advantage. It's our favorite four-letter F word, free. You can enroll, but if you can't pay, you're welcome to come and walk with us and enjoy the booth. Okay, Women's History Month is a very funny thing to me because when I went to that opening, the moderator was a man until he got stuck, and his partner, the woman, had to come and fix it. So, you know what we say, it takes a woman, it takes a woman. It was proof right there in front of my eyes. We're very excited. They honor women, and we should honor men as well. I just want to also say something about garbage. Why not? I got a call, I got from one of our residents, Jeb, and thank you, Jeb, an email that he would like us to start where our garbage will go to homes of disabled and take their trash can from the back or the side of their house. Or our garbage, if you're a single, physically maybe mobility impaired, they will take care of your garbage. I thought it was fabulous. Dade County does it, Hollywood does it. So I got a return call from Coastal, and guess who else does it? North Miami Beach. North Miami Beach has that in right now. I'm going to try to add, I'll ask the attorney how we can do that, and Coastal to add that if you have mobility issues as a single elderly person, that they would be included. But right now, if you have disabilities, you just have to register. I think 12 people registered. Let me just finish up real quickly on, we are getting more grants, and I just want to tell you that Charter Review had its second meeting. If you have suggestions for Charter Review, but you didn't have the time to be on the committee or wasn't selected, please just email us and we'll get you'll get your ideas that you think would be well for the city to change in the charter to the charter committee. Now, here's the problem I'm having. Centennial is faster than you think. All of a sudden you wake up one day and we're talking about July 4th. So we really have to get moving on what we're going to do. We have to get those signs up. We have to order those signs. We have to move. So I just can tell you that there's a lot of moving pieces here, a lot going on, and you know what? If you don't participate, enjoy, and just love your city for what they're giving you, you're losing out. And the only thing I do have, it's been a month, Mr. Manager, and I just thought I would tell the public my complaint. Do you think it's prudent for the manager to call me at 12:10 on his way home from work? We're talking midnight. He is here every night. You can catch him here between 9 and midnight, working. So I want to tell you something. We haven't seen this. We're seeing it now. I'm excited to see 4th of July and look back and see how much you've accomplished. I really am excited about it. So I appreciate all of you for allowing me this time. We have a lot going on, and I want you all to be included in it. If you need anything, please call me, call my assistant. Any one of the 7 of us would be happy to help you. Happy to help you. Have a great holiday and be safe.
I wanted to piggyback Commissioner Smith. Actually, the Big Brother, Big Sister was my idea, not the manager's.
All right. Well, I thank you so much, because my brother, may rest in peace, was a big brother for about 8 or 10 years, and I don't know who got more out of it, the young man or my brother. So I really thank you, and I tell you, Commissioner Jean, there's so much need in this world, and for people that have a little bit of time and give it, well, we appreciate you and thank you for bringing it forth.
Commissioner Sue?
Good evening, everyone, and thank you to all the residents who came and made public comment today. I always learn a little bit more about what your needs and wants are and what's your focus. Earlier this month, I had the opportunity to travel to Washington, D.C. for the National League of Cities with Commissioner Jean. It was productive, insightful. I tried to spread myself out in the committees where she wasn't attending. So she was in transportation, I was in energy, and infrastructure resources. So there are federal grant opportunities there as well. There are water plants in other states that have received $390 million in grants. And definitely, I have spoken to the manager. We are definitely going to tap into that so we could take care of the forever chemicals that are that our water plant needs to get rid of, as well as making sure that we update our infrastructure. So there is real funding there, especially in areas of infrastructure, housing, community development, including helping with homelessness. So there's that. One key takeaway that conference was the urgency of affordable housing. Across the country now, we're facing same pressures. I mean, it's not just North Miami Beach that you see this. It's not just Florida because we have an influx of out-of-staters, but it's also because everywhere it's happening at the same time. So definitely through very thoughtful public-private partnerships, strategic zones, and better use of federal programs, we are serious about keeping North Miami Beach accessible for working families. I want you to be able to live near your family, your kids, and your grandkids in the future. Closely tied to that is the issue of homelessness. As I mentioned, it's complex, it's not insurmountable. What's clear in this progress requires coordination, consistency, and follow-through. These are areas where local leadership truly matters. And I look forward to bringing forward ideas in the future. At the same time, I do want to acknowledge that we have work to do as a commission. Several items and ordinances that have been directed in this body have not yet come back for consideration. And at some point, we have to ask, when direction is given, why are we not seeing timely execution? Because delays in legislation are ultimately delays in delivering to our residents. I had a very interesting ordinance that I wanted to pass in the first reading in this month, and I had submitted this to the administration since January, and I had last-minute thoughts about saying that this had to go through the P&Z first. That is unacceptable to me because I think that if I had submitted it in January, I should have found out about this sometime in February and not 2 days before the commission meeting. I remain hopeful that we can work through these challenges with professionalism and shared commitment to doing what's best for our community. As we head into the coming weeks, I also want to extend my warmest wishes to everyone celebrating the upcoming holidays. So happy Passover, and those who are observing Easter, happy Easter to everyone. And as long as we're talking about free stuff, I want to reiterate, every month you have an opportunity to get your health checked out for free. If you do not have, if you're not covered by certain Medicaids or whatever it is that you're missing in your SNAP and, your SNAP benefits, please come. I've had people who had high blood pressure, they prescribe drugs for free. If you work part-time in the city and you don't qualify for any health care, please use the UMC free health care. They will prescribe your drugs, they give out insulin, any drug test that you need or any blood test that you need, it's only $30. So no insurance, no problem. NMB's got you covered. So UMC Free Clinic this Saturday, April 11th from 11:30 to 2:30 at Washington Park. So I hope to see you there. And of course, just a little preview, save the date for Asian Night Market. Again, we have it, Asian Night Market. Everybody loved it. I get so many emails. People love the event. And we're bringing it back May, just in time for Asian Heritage Month, May 16th and 17th. So now our manager has to execute. You can't run away from that one. All right, thank you very much.
Vice Mayor Smuckler.
Good evening, everyone. Irene, my condolences to the loss of your brother. Was he here or was he in Israel? I'm so sorry you couldn't make it there. So sorry. I also want to give my condolences to the family of Michael King. Michael grew up in Highland Village for how many years, Tricia? Approximately 24, you said? 26 years. You may have heard there was an accident on Biscayne in North Miami, maybe 2 mornings ago. Yeah, and that was Michael. Our condolences to his family. I want to thank the office of Tomás Regalado, the property appraiser's office. They were here like 2 weeks ago at Allen Park. He helped over 400 people. Not necessarily were they all our residents, but the fact that they were coming to Allen Park, most likely the majority of them were our residents, and Commissioner Smith and I got to speak to many of them, and I think they were, a good majority were residents. And
Grateful.
Yes, and very grateful. And thank you for Parks and Rec for setting that up for them. It was really good. And also thank you to Parks and Rec for the Heart Health Walk. For those of you that weren't here for the commission conference meeting, we gave a check to the American Heart Association for a little bit less than $1,200, and that was money that we raised at the Heart Health Walk that we gave to them, and next year we're going to raise even more, and the year after that even more. All 100% goes to the American Heart Association, but we couldn't have done it without Parks and Rec. So thank you so much. We really appreciate all the work that they put into everything. Happy belated birthday to Commissioner Jean, and happy early birthday to Commissioner Chernoff.
Wow.
Right. Yeah. So happy Passover, a Good Friday, happy Easter. And Mr. Mayor, I think what Commissioner Chernoff was trying to say is that the manager doesn't bite. He's actually a good guy. He's actually a nice guy. And I actually think that the two of you would be able to get along. So sometimes you just swallow your pride, and maybe this is the time to do it and meet with him. You'll see that that you guys could actually work well together. But that's your choice. Nobody's forcing you to or asking you to or suggesting it. All right, and have a good night, and thank you to the police department for always taking care of our families, our residents, our visitors, and our businesses, and our employees.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. To your point, I want to clarify something. Mr. Manager, how many emails have you sent specifically to me directly? Specifically to me? Because it's only been one, because I just church. It's only been one email to me, and that was yesterday, right?
That is correct.
So I just want to make that very clear. That's the first time that's ever happened. The email came in yesterday. It was regarding the
HB 1450.
HB for that particular piece of legislation, and he was asking if I had any ideas and strategy to opine. That was the first and only time. So I don't want the way it made it seem. No, but you made it the way I don't want the perception is that he's been hitting me up or following me.
No, he hasn't, but we've all met with him. We've all made it a point to meet with him, and you haven't. And he's not complaining. He didn't complain to me. I don't think he's complaining to anybody else. But, you're the mayor, he's the manager. If two people should be talking, it's the two of you. That's all. I don't even want to discuss this anymore. We have a meeting. It's 9:00.
Yeah, it is 9:00. Look, again, I will be engaging in that conversation because I know how important that piece of legislation is in getting it vetoed. I have ideas, but I just haven't had a chance to delve into it with the new administration. I was letting them have an opportunity. I did meet the assistant city manager, the deputy city manager at another event. So it's not like we haven't had discussion. We did have a meeting, did we not? Yes, we did. So I just want to make sure that it's not that I haven't reached out to his administrative staff. It's just that we haven't had. I don't know what, because I don't ask about what your discussions are with him, or I assume you guys are doing what you're supposed to do. At the end of the day, I just have my own style in that sense. But we're at 9 o'clock. I want to move this meeting along. Happy Hanukkah, I was about to say Happy Hanukkah. Good Passover, good Easter, Ramadan in that sense. And my condolences to people that have lost family members. I was, to Ms. Hillinger, as well as I was at a funeral for the young man that passed away. Myself and Commissioner Flormont were there. No, if you want to add, because I know we're both there.
So, I think it's important that we hearken on this because next month we're going to be recognizing autism awareness, and I think that's on the agenda. Yes, item 9.7, and so it's unfortunate because we all stood here together and honored our police officers who worked very hard to give Mason a fighting chance. And so, it wasn't long after that unfortunately he lost his battle. And so last week, Mayor Joseph and I did go to his funeral service and showed some support, and along with some of our command staff.
Yes, they were there
as well.
Represented, yeah.
So, being that Autism Awareness Month is next month, I think that we should honor the young man's memory as well during the month of April. Thank you.
That what you passed, that we'll pass in the consent agenda, my autism thing was the flag to be flown for a month. And if it can't be flown here, maybe at the library. One of our librarians has 2 autistic sons, and I think that it touches every one of us in their families.
She's already made arrangements with Commissioner Regalado's office to
Yes,
fly it to
my
the library.
my assistant sent for that, and Vice Mayor sent for Raquel Regalado to come next month, which I would have. She just called first, but she also has brought her daughter, who's a beautiful girl with autism, and I appreciate you going, and I appreciate you being with a family that had nothing but love for their boy, and then they ended up with such tragedy. So thank you both.
This young man, 6 years old, was the only surviving triplet.
Yeah.
Who went through the process of just fighting for his life, he made it only to have his life taken away by somebody who didn't have, there's not much I can say about that, but except that it's horrible. It's horrendous what happened.
The lady that bakes cakes had an autistic child, and she started baking cakes with autistic children, not to malinger this, but they're so happy and they're so productive. And we just got an email that they're honest and they're hardworking. And again, if you have a place in your business to hire them and teach them and mentor them, you know what? You get much more out of it than they do.
Madam Clerk, next item is consent.
Consent.
Thank you.
Attorney.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Mayor, if I might. Item 9.1 is the Commission Conference Minutes of February 17, 2026. Item 2, Regular Commission Meeting Minutes of February 17th, 2026. There are no Eastern Shores items tonight. Item 9.4 was pulled for discussion, so we'll get to that after we do consent. Item 9.5, Resolution Number R 2026-32, authorizing the city manager to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Big Brothers Big Sisters of Miami, Inc., sponsored by Commissioner Jean. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city to enter into a memorandum of understanding with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Miami, Inc., to provide mentoring services to high school and youth, to high school aged youth, who are residents of the City of North Miami Beach, providing for the approval of the memorandum of understanding with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Miami, Inc., authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.6 was also pulled for discussion. We'll get to it after consent. 9.7, resolution number R 2026-34, recognizing Autism Awareness Month and World Autism Awareness Day, sponsored by Commissioner Smith. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, recognizing Autism Awareness Month and World Autism Awareness Day. Authorizing the city manager or designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.8, resolution number R 2026-35, approving a task order for professional engineering services to provide owners' representative services for the Smart Utility Performance Contract Implementation Phase. There should be a phase number, but I don't see it. Sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a task order for professional engineering services to provide owners' representative services for the Smart Utility Performance Contract Implementation Phase. That's the implementation phase. In an amount not to exceed $462,132. With Ardura Group, Inc., under the Continuing Services Agreement for Professional Consulting Services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.9, resolution number R 2026-36, approving task orders with Chenmore and Associates Inc. for professional engineering services for traffic calming studies, design, and permitting at various locations, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving task orders for professional engineering services for traffic calming studies, design, and permitting at various locations within the city in an amount not to exceed $163,500 with Chenmore and Associates, Inc., under the Continuing Services Agreement for Professional Consulting Services, and authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.10, resolution number R 26-37, approving a purchase order between the city and Playcore, Wisconsin, Inc., DBA Game Time, for the Columbia Park resurfacing, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Playcore, Wisconsin, Inc., DBA Game Time, for the Columbia Park resurfacing in an amount not to exceed $111,475. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.11, resolution number R 2026-38, approving a purchase order with Rectian International Trucks, Inc., for the purchase of a chipper box, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Rectian International Trucks, Inc., for the purchase of a chipper box in a budgeted amount not to exceed $144,094. Authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.12, resolution number R 2026-39, approving a change order of the contract with Southern Underground Utilities, Inc. for Washington Park Pump Station and Force Main Project, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission in the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a change order to increase the contract expenditure by a not-to-exceed amount of $57,384 for the Washington Park Pump Station and Force Main Project with Southern Underground Industries, Inc., authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.13, resolution number R 2026-40, approving a purchase order with Vermeer Manufacturing Company, DBA Vermeer Corporation, for the purchase of a stump grinder, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Vermeer Manufacturing Company, DBA Vermeer Corporation, for the purchase of a stump grinder in a budgeted amount not to exceed $91,216, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.14, resolution number R 2026-41, approving a purchase order with Vortex Services LLC for filters number 1 and number 2 rehabilitation. I'm sorry, number 1 and number 8 rehabilitation, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order for filter rehabilitation services through a piggyback contract with Vortex Services LLC in a budgeted amount not to exceed $271,282. Authorizing the city manager designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.15, resolution number R 2026-42, approving a purchase order with Found Design LLC, DBA Mary, I think it's Mary, for the development of a gateway and wayfinding program, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing a purchase order with Found Design LLC, DBA, maybe it's Merge, however it's pronounced, MERJE for the record, for the development of a gateway and wayfinding program in a budget amount not to exceed $111,000, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, subject to the budget appropriation availability of funds, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.16, resolution number R 2026-43, approving a purchase order with Environ Waste Services Group, Inc., for stormwater pipe video inspection and cleaning services, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Environ Waste Services Group, Inc., for stormwater pipe video inspection and cleaning services in an amount not to exceed $60,000, authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.17, resolution number R 2026-44, approving an off-system construction and maintenance agreement with Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving an off-system construction and maintenance agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, providing for maintenance responsibilities, providing for authorization, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.18, resolution number R 2026-45, approving a purchase order with Anthony Brunson, PA, for financial and budget administration, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Anthony Brunson, PA, for the purchase of financial and budget administration and staff augmentation services in an estimated budget amount of $120,000. Authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 9.19, resolution number R 2026-46, approving a purchase order between Smith Equipment and Supply Company for a purchase of one street sweeper, sponsored by the city manager. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving a purchase order between the city and Smith Equipment and Supply Company for the purchase of one street sweeper in an amount not to exceed $393,145. Authorizing the city manager designated to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, providing for an effective date. Item 9.20, resolution number R 2026-49. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing a budget transfer within the annual budget for fiscal year October 1st, 2025 to September 30, 2026, in the amount of $200,000 from salaries and related benefits accounts to professional services account within the Public Works Department to support staff augmentation services, acknowledging that $100,000 has previously been transferred under the city manager's budget control authority for the same services, for a total transfer of $300,000, providing for implementation, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing an effective date. That is the consent agenda.
Second.
Aye.
Move to
No,
introduce.
we have, I'm sorry, we have to go
The
back for
items.
9.4 and 6, two pulls.
I thought that was going to be put at the end.
I'm sorry?
Wasn't it going to be put at the end?
Typically, those pulls are put at the end of consent agenda, because they're consent agenda items that are pulled for discussion, but during the consent agenda. Item 9.4, resolution number R 2026-27, authorizing the city manager to utilize funds allocated to economic development to implement a new business initiative sponsored by Commissioner Sue. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, authorizing the city manager to utilize funds allocated to the Economic Development Department to implement a new business initiative, providing for program elements, including monthly selection of new businesses for promotional and operational support, providing for administrative implementation, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date. Someone needs to move it.
Then it's yours.
Motion.
The mayor?
Move to approve.
Oh, move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Smith pulled it, yes.
Okay, I pulled it for several reasons. Number one, we have an Economic Development Committee. So I heard what Commissioner Sue said, but I think when you have a committee and these people are volunteering, things like this should go before the committee first. And they can give you some suggestions, and they can give some discussion that may be very valuable to us. We have something coming up now that was a 4-1 vote of planning and zoning, and when I spoke to the no vote, I learned something new that was important. So I think it should go through the committee, number one. But the biggest thing is, I think we always say in our resolutions, what the manager in section 3, administration, is authorized to establish eligibility criteria, application procedures, selection standards, funding thresholds, and administrative guidelines necessary to implement the new business initiative in a fair and transparent and fiscally responsible manner. We always spell out in the resolutions, what are the procedures? What are the selection standards? Why aren't we spelling it out here so people will know? So those were my things why I pulled it. But then, thank you, Barbara Kramer. I give credit where credit is due. We discussed this, and she said, you know, the chamber's role is this, promoting. The chamber should be involved. And I said, you know, light bulb, why in the world, and it was an idea that really would be a forerunner of businesses starting up. Instead of North Miami Beach getting involved, buying signs that they're only open 3 months, trying to put more employees to help them when we have a brand new Dade County business that will help them, getting them grants. I went to the president of the chamber and I spoke to Evan Piper that maybe the role for North Miami Beach, and I'm going to bring it up in the next economic development, should be that we pay the first year of their membership in North Miami Beach Chamber. It's a win-win. The chamber grows, new businesses get to meet other businesses, new business come in so it's not so stale for the same people and the same people. How much is the dues? Oh, Evan Piper, if North Miami Beach, you start a business in North Miami Beach, and you are getting paid from the city for the first year, you have to give us a discount. You have to give us less fee because we support North Miami Beach Chamber with money. And it's $375 to join at the lowest rate. There's all kinds of higher rates. And $20,000 the first year to help them with materials and printing. If you have a ribbon cutting, you pay a little extra, but they get about 40 or 50 people at their ribbon cutting. We get at our ribbon cutting, we just had an ice cream parlor, and there was 4 employees, the owner and her 2 workers. So the thing is it's a win-win for the chamber. It's a win-win for new businesses. And I appreciate so much what you put into this, Commissioner Sue, but I think it eliminates it. They're going to get the help they need. They have a brand new, gorgeous facility to go to for free. That's a Florida facility. And the chamber wins because they're going to get new business, new employees, and not new members, and not just new members for them, but the people that are already there month after month after month are going to get to really have new blood. So I'm asking the attorney and the manager to work with the chamber, and he has to take it before his board. I want to take it before economic development, but I think within the next 60 days, we should implement something where the city, we have $1 million budget, rather than taking $100,000, $96,000 to help new businesses, we're just going to pay maybe $200 to $250 per business, new business that comes in, and help them thrive and give them everything that we're supporting. We're going to give them the advertising through the chamber. We're going to give them the support through the chamber, and it's a win-win.
Commissioner Jean?
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I wanted to echo a lot of the sentiments Commissioner Smith mentioned. I did have a conversation with the manager about this, since we do support the chamber with a $30,000 allocation.
Wasn't it 20?
It's 30 now, I believe, right?
Okay.
30. And in addition to that, I will say this about the chamber. There needs to be more equity as it relates to the businesses that they do work with. A new business can't afford a $400 membership, right? And if you look at the different ribbon cuttings that the chamber has had, it hasn't really been a diversity of businesses. So that's something that we need to address publicly as well with the chamber, because this legislation, though I don't support it fully, I understand why it's needed, because there has been, the balancing scale has not been equitable for all businesses across the board in North Miami Beach. The other question that I had asked the manager was, how many new businesses have come into the city per year? So in addition to the Economic Development Board, there needs to also be work with the BTRs to find out how many businesses are actually coming into the city, so that once the community development gets those new businesses, that we're made aware of those businesses as well, because if they're not reaching out to the chamber, oftentimes they're not getting a ribbon cutting. So I think that, to your point, there has to be more communication. 96,000 is a lot, but I do understand that we need to support our businesses. I can't support this tonight the way it is, but I do think that there needs to be more working together with the chamber, with our community development department, because we don't know how many businesses are actually coming into the city at this point. And Mr. Manager, I don't know if you have a pulse on that yet.
Could I ask you a question? Thank you, through the mayor. Social media became a big thing, 100% for small businesses. So if we implement an economic development, which I hear what you're saying, we'd have to implement also somebody for social media. We'd also have to implement somebody to help them get off the ground. We're in an employee freeze. So are we going to take somebody away from a job they're doing to do that? Are we going to hire new people when we're in a hiring freeze? And the whole thing is that the big thing with the chamber is we need to get some of that back. We need to have then participate with more. And we could even put that as part of the requirements, but I just think it's very more than $96,000, depending on how many businesses start. And we're just starting the economic development. So how do we take $100,000 out of that budget without discussing it with the chair of the employee that's in charge? How do we do that without discussing it with the board? Because if we're not going to discuss with these boards, why are they meeting? Why are they meeting?
So, City.
Thank you, Mayor. Commissioner Smith, if that's the will of the commission, what we can do is the manager and I can reach out to the chamber and bring back, I mean, we're in a very short turnaround because this meeting's so late, and I don't want to promise it because they have to have time to consider it, but possibly as soon as the next meeting, and if not for the following one, we can try to develop a memorandum of understanding between the city and the chamber that addresses this. We'd, of course, consult with you and anybody else on the dais, the sponsor of the resolution, Commissioner Jean spoke, anybody else who has a thought on it. We'd be happy to consult with you, and I'm sure Manager Williams and I can work together and try to, see what we want the chamber to do and what arrangements, because we do sponsor them, and see what they're willing to do and try to come up with a draft memorandum of understanding and bring that back to you, and then see if that addresses your concerns, and then it could be implemented.
And then conversation with Economic Development Committee. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I defer that, of course, to the manager because economic development is his department, and it's the department that I presume is working with the committee. So that end of it, I certainly leave to the manager, where you said talk also to the staff. He talks to his staff. But certainly as far as having a formal relationship with the chamber where we're looking at them to do some things in exchange for the support we give them, or maybe some other kinds of support, we can try to work up an MOU on that.
Mr. Mayor, one thing. Also, while we're on the subject of MOU, why does the city commission have to pay for luncheons at the chamber? We're supporting the chamber, but the commission also has to, it should be open to our people who are in the community to come. We have to make this a little bit more equitable to make sense, because where is the $30,000 going? We understand that Leslie is doing an amazing job, but there's so much more that needs to be done.
Commissioner, I hear very clearly what you said, and when assuming again that that's the direction, if there's perhaps a motion not to proceed with, I think is what Commissioner Smith said, not to proceed with the resolution as drafted, but to direct us to try to negotiate this MOU, I assure you when we have the conversation, I'll be keeping what you just said very much uppermost in mind.
Mr. Mayor, may I address the concerns that Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Jean had posed? First of all, I want to just say that I agree with you. I think it's a wonderful idea that if we could use part of this fund to help the companies or the new businesses gain membership at the chamber and grow the chamber. I think it's a fantastic idea. I also want to point out that businesses, and this is a true stat. I didn't think that it was a stat here, but apparently it's the same statistic, which is if a company is able to sustain itself past the 7-year mark, then it'll survive. When we're talking about this, we're saying that at least 30 days, but not limited to it. So that means that, like, if we want to encourage people to invest in our city and we want them to grow a business or have a business here, I think that for them to know that there is some things that we're willing to help them. So there's social media that we're going to provide, press releases when they do their ribbon cuttings, and also throughout the year, especially this year, what I was thinking was this $96,000 could be used to buy things for raffle prizes for our centennial event, for example, things like that is going on that we can actually distribute our residents to our businesses by way of having this budget that had already been allocated. So I'm also thinking of maybe the manager might want to award certain employees that are doing a wonderful job. They, like the PD, everybody gets a gift card or something like that from one of the establishments that have just opened up. As our way of patronizing them, we get our people to patronize them and try out whatever there is that is. It's a win-win situation. So when I'm looking at this, and I agree that I think you are correct that we need to put this through the Economic Development Committee, otherwise what's the point of having it? Right. I agree with you on that one, and that was a complete oversight on my part, and I wish we had thought about this before, since last month, that we needed this to happen, so by now it would actually come up for a vote, and we can activate this right away. I think that when we get publication, we get both the city publication and NMB Chamber, we can actually help them advertise to bring in more people. As you said, the ice cream parlor that opened up had 4 people attending. But when we had other events in here that the chamber was involved, that the city was involved, they had tons of people. Like, what is that coffee place that, in Biscayne Commons that just opened up? But anyway, there's a restaurant. Crema Gourmet.
It's much more than a coffee place.
Oh,
Yeah, that's probably why they didn't know what you were talking
you
about.
have an advocate here. So Crema should be very happy that we're mentioning it. So that's what I'm saying, is that it's not just that. What we're looking at is we're keeping a pulse on all of the businesses in the city of North Miami Beach to make sure that, we are bringing people to them, and we are having them, also maybe they could sell cards at a discount, or, gift cards at a discount for the city. And we could all win when they bring in more people into their establishment. Now, I'm only talking about basically, like, when we talk about this, we're talking about restaurants. And I would say the reason why I say restaurants is because restaurants are probably the most margin-thin profit businesses, right? This is like highly with labor, with cost of goods, and unless you're working yourself both in the kitchen and serving, it's very hard to make a profit in food service. So with that said, I agree. I think we can actually table this and have it go through the Economic Development Committee. See if these ideas that I'm conveying right now is actually something that they see and agree on, and we could work on. We could also put in something in there solidly with the MOU that we're going to create with NMB Chambers. I would still love to be, the voice of this bill and want to make sure that it gets through in the next meeting.
Through the mayor, to Commissioner Sue and Commissioner Smith, what I could suggest is a substitute motion that refers this topic to the Economic Development Committee, so that way you have an action piece to it, not just a tabling, which can get lost sometimes. Refers it to the Economic Development Committee, asks the city manager to have his economic development staff coordinate with the Economic Development Committee, and directs myself and the manager to work with the NMB Chamber to develop a memorandum of understanding to bring back to the commission. And if you choose to make that as a substitute motion, Commissioner, then the sponsor indicates an agreement to those ideas and still wants to remain as a sponsor. You could show yourself as a co-sponsor. And let me again emphasize that if you decide to go that route, I'm sure that both the city manager and myself would want to hear from anybody who has ideas about what should go into an MOU, and we'll work with them. But I do want to note that we have maybe a week and a half, like a week or so from Monday for the next agenda. We can try, but that doesn't mean it's necessarily going to, I don't want to overpromise.
Mr. Geller, I'm not sure that economic development meets between now and then, but I think that the first thing is exactly what you're saying, communication. So I do make a motion that we table this, and that we bring forth, maybe as a co-sponsors, that we sponsor to look into making sure that every brand new business has the
Commissioner
best
Smith,
opportunity from the city and from the North Miami Beach Chamber to survive.
I'm just suggesting that whatever it is, however you want to, it's your motion, but make it as a substitute instead of table, refer it, however long it takes to
No,
get.
I would rather make it a motion to table this
Yes.
and come back with a different motion, because I think
Yes, ma'am.
this motion may have one thing in it. I'm not sure about the 96,000. I'm not sure about buying gifts for the raffles. Let's promote the businesses by bringing people in and whatever it takes. So I'd rather do it that way. I think,
To lay it on the table until someone brings it back.
Oh,
Let-
no.
no,
That's
we're gonna.
table.
Yeah, okay.
No, well, let's, no,
can
we
we
can make it, date efficient, date certain. Bring
Mr.
the
Mayor?
tabled until.
Through the mayor,
Can we do that then? I'd like to defer this.
To what's the date certain?
Well, April's coming up in 3 weeks, so May meeting.
To the May meeting. She wants to defer to the May meeting.
I make a motion, we defer this till May meeting.
Second? All right, we have
But
a
I
motion.
did want to talk
oh,
about it, just a quick moment. When, I was in a long flight, so I can't really hear well, but for some reason, I can hear Tricia talking all the way back there. And when Commissioner Smith was talking about that only 4 people came from the city, Tricia mentioned it's because it wasn't advertised. And it's true. The city does not advertise when we do a ribbon cutting. We don't advertise it. Like, I've been to ribbon cutting, and I'll call Tricia and say, like, why weren't you there? And she's like, where? So the city has not been advertising the ribbon cutting, and that's why it's only been 4 people, and not because we just can't get people. Trust me, I'm sure if we advertised it, we'd get a lot of people to go. So I just wanted to make that clear.
So we got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I do have a request.
6, Mayor.
No?
Before we get to 9.6, I was wondering if I could move 2 items up, 11.8 and 11.9.
Can I go back to, I asked you to respond to Commissioner Smith, and you said, hold on.
I believe Commissioner Chernoff had his hand up too.
No,
And there's someone waiting here for 11.1 also.
okay. So let me, to your point of person.
I'd like to, thank you.
Your
I'd
point of
like to
personal
know if
privilege.
has been a quorum for the economic development.
Yes, we had quorum. Did you see the pictures? They were on social media.
Okay, good. All right, awesome. And when is your next meeting scheduled?
We had quorum the month before too.
When is your next meeting scheduled?
When they said, do you know when it is?
Through the mayor to Commissioner Sue, the next Economic Development Commission meeting is April 16th.
I see, okay.
Yeah, to throw a kinker in all of this, I'm not following where the money's coming from.
The $1 million budget,
Budgeted for,
economic development.
but don't we have an economic development people working on it from staff?
Yes, we do. Of course. Mercedes is there. What are you talking about? She runs the meeting.
But that's my question. Okay, we have some staff that's supposedly the economic department that we're developing, and we're taking their money away before they begin?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Exactly, we're taking it away?
Commissioner, that's not being done by tonight's, though.
That's not happening now.
Until May.
No, but to his point, what he wants to know is where the money's coming from and if it's going to be a deficiency somewhere else. So to the direction to the manager.
The
make
manager's
that-
looking into
to
getting.
to clarify that.
Thank you.
No, I have a request to move right after 11.1, 11.8, and 11.9. Everything else is ordinances in that sense. So can I
So moved.
No, we're going to go right to it right next, but I just want to move it after 11.1 and 11.9. I mean, 11.1, I want to move 11.8 and 11.9 right after 11.1. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All right, so now to that 9, to that,
9.6, need a motion to introduce, me.
Motion.
Resolution, 9.6, resolution number R 2026-33, establishing NMB Safety First Initiative. Commissioner Smith. A resolution of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the city manager to establish and implement a citywide safety first initiative between the North Miami Beach Police Department and NMBPD and neighborhood crime watch committees, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, providing for conflicts, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you so much. I pulled this because, first place, I like everybody to sponsor it. I like us equally. In these days and times when we are frightened on every corner, when there's people riding by just shooting houses, when there's a community that have hate crime against them, when there's just all of a sudden we have to be so much more diligent. And unfortunately, I think this is the right time to do it. I spoke to the police chief, I spoke to the manager, and if we can all sponsor it together. I tell you one thing, I unfortunately got in my last request too late, but I wanted to do under community involvement awareness where it says expand the neighborhood watch program to ensure representative in every district. I want to put a semicolon because dates have already been set up for the four that follow. I want to put a semicolon there and put starting with the following neighborhoods, just so that later whoever reads this will know we're coming into everywhere, but these are the beginning 3 places that we're going to go to: Washington Park, Ulita, Highland Village, and Eastern Shores. We need to set it up in Sky Lake. We need to set it up also in
Pickwick,
Sunray East and Sunray West and Windward. It's just every neighborhood, and it will be, so I want to put a semicolon under that, starting with the following neighborhoods, and then know that every neighborhood's going to get this safety watch.
Is that your motion?
That's my motion, to add that.
If I may, through the mayor, I don't know what conversations you've had with the police department. I'm not sure this is something that they're interested in or not, but there's Miami-Dade
Crime
Watch of Miami-Dade. I don't know if it benefits them or maybe it doesn't benefit, but they're a very big crime watch organization that.
Absolutely. I spoke to the manager and the deputy about the Crime Watch. We're going to reach out to them, go to the schools and talk to children to be aware not to walk alone, to always have a buddy, to have your eyes and your ears open, have your antenna. It's just crazy times. There's another child missing yesterday. Crazy times. So I think this will be something that will give everybody a little bit more peace of mind in North Miami Beach. And if we can do that, it's a wonderful thing. And I did speak to the chief, because one of the things is the manager will make sure that there's always a grant writer. We have a grant writer right now in the police department, but he'll always make sure there's a grant writer just for the police department, with accountability to us.
Right.
What did they apply for? What did they get? What's their progress?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
There's a motion to amend.
Yes.
Commissioner Smith wants to.
I just want to add those words.
So we voted on the amendment, right?
You have to, she's making the motion for the amendment. If it's seconded and you pass it, then you can vote on the amended immediately.
Now, do I have a motion and a second as the amended resolution?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Right? All right, next item is 11.1.
Item 11.1, ordinance number 2024-11. This is on second reading. Rapid Transit Zone Comprehensive Plan Text Amendment, sponsored by the city manager. An ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending the future land use element text, amending policies number 1.2.7, 1.6.3, 1.8.2, 1.8.5, and 1.8.6 to set minimum standards over all development within the Rapid Transit Zone RTZ by adopting a local ordinance with its own policies satisfying the minimum floor area ratio, FAR, requirements of the county's RTZ ordinance, as well as procedures for review and approval of new development within the RTZ, providing for certified copies of this ordinance and comprehensive plan to Florida Land Planning Agency, that's Florida Department of Commerce, and to all other units of local government or governmental agencies as required under Chapter 163, Part 2, Florida statutes, providing for adoption pursuant to Section 163.3184 Florida statutes, providing for inclusion in the City of North Miami Beach Comprehensive Plan, providing for repeal of conflicts, severability, and for an effective date. This is second reading.
All right, the discussion's here.
Move to approve.
I have a motion. Okay, it's, this is second reading. Do anybody have any thoughts on this? If not, Madam Clerk, can you do a roll call?
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
Passes.
Next item is 11.8.
Move to introduce.
Second.
Resolution number R 2026-47, approving and authorizing an award of invitation to bid, number ITB-2026-055-WP, Washington Park Community Center redevelopment project, sponsored by the city manager. Resolution, the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, approving and authorizing the award of invitation to bid, number ITB-2026-055-WP, Washington Park Community Center redevelopment project, authorizing the city manager or designee to execute an agreement with the lowest responsive and responsible bidder, authorizing the city manager or designee to do all things necessary to effectuate this resolution, and subject to the budget appropriation and availability of funds, and providing for an effective date.
All right. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is an item that comes from our Public Works Department in order to move the Washington Park project that's been long promised to those residents forward. We have selected, after review by our Public Works Department, our engineer of record and procurement, Burke Construction Group, have found to be the lowest responsive and responsive bidder. The item cost is fiscal impact is $15,325,923, which is a significant savings. And we're looking at maintaining the current timeline as it was promised to the residents should this item pass.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you so much. Are they here tonight, Mr. Manager?
Yes, I believe they are.
Can we hear about any past projects that they've done of this scale?
Absolutely. I would ask that they come forward to the podium to respond.
Hi, good evening. My name is David Martinez. This is one of my partners, Gil Nahamkin. Just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity to do this. We had shared with some of the staff. We really just completed, I don't know, I think 2 months ago, a huge MLK center up in the city of Panama City Beach. Very similar to this one, a little bit larger. It was a $20 million project, but very similar. We also finished one for city of West Palm Beach called HCD Community Center. But parks is, I mean, building communities is what we were made for. I mean, this job is tailor-made for us, which I think is why you see our number come in to where it came in, well under your budget. We are looking forward to partnering with you and pushing this forward and getting this thing going. I know you guys have been waiting for it for a long time. We had the same issue with the city of Panama City Beach with the MLK Center, that it was waiting for it for 10 years, and it kept getting back and forth. It got hit by Hurricane Michael, and we were able to finish that job actually ahead of schedule and add some extra stuff in there. I know that you guys want to hit this Florida Green Building Coalition. We just hit a FGBC Platinum in the city of Coral Gables, which is the first time in the history of the city of Coral Gables that any contractor has ever made that distinction for them. We also have a LEED Platinum building with the city of Key West City Hall, which is a historic renovation. So we are super well prepared. We've done dozens of parks. We just finished one, or we're finishing one for the city of Cape Coral, which is an $18 million park and community center there as well, and also working on their Tropicana Park. So this is something that we're very familiar with. We also do athletic fields as well. We've done hundreds of athletic fields around the country. So we're fully prepared and ready to go. Our staff is ready to go, and we look forward to working with you.
Thank you. The only follow-up question I have to that is, what do you say about the cost of material? Oftentimes, contractors come with a change order later on when material might be, more costly. Can you speak to that at all?
You want to answer that?
So, I mean, I think you've seen a lot of the cost escalations, as we call them in the industry. A lot of them had to do with COVID, had to do with, supply shortages as a result of COVID. All of a sudden, when the economy restarted, everybody, wanted to start building, and there just wasn't enough, materials to go around. We've seen that drop off pretty significantly in the past 2 or 3 years. Can there be certain things, there are tariffs that, that the current administration is, trying to impose. We haven't really seen too much in the past year. Can I sit here and promise that that won't happen? I can't. However, based on our experience, it's really, really settled down and kind of stabilized.
Thank you.
Sure. I think one of the big issues is time, because the more time that goes by, the more chance you have of that happening. So the faster we can get, our subcontractors and everybody bought out and get their prices fixed, the better off the city's going to be.
No, I think he answered my question about, mitigating those cost fluctuations. And so I wonder if procurement can also add value to that as well, because, there's a lot I can say about the process of when you submitted, right? And so, but I'm not going to get into all of that.
That was my question.
Yeah, but what I will say is, being that you submitted and your price is that much more affordable, we want to make sure that we actually realize those cost savings, because that is the reason why we would be going with you. So I want to make sure that through procurement, in addition to the answer that you gave, that we have some more assurities that you're going to stick to that price.
If I may, just to expand on this. So the project that we're doing, Festival Park, we started it in the beginning of 2024, which that's the one in Cape Coral, $19 million. We have not asked for one cost escalation there since 24, and we're just about to finish the project. The project in Panama City, which is the Martin Luther King Recreation Center. And by the way, if you ever go there, it's a jewel, okay? It's an absolute jewel to the community. I mean, it's really a piece of work. We started that also in 2024. We just finished. Not one change order associated with cost escalations. Because once we're awarded a project, we lock in our prices, okay? And unless there's something drastic that's, what we call a black swan, okay? A black swan event, we don't ask for more money, because we lock in all our vendors, we lock in all our materials, we procure our materials ahead of time. Should not be an issue.
Okay. Well, can procurement speak to that as well? Can you add value to what we do on our city side?
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry, through the manager. This is your staff member, so.
Yes, thank you. Yeah. I was going to interject and confirm your concern. Our code actually does help mitigate material costs with direct purchase and no tax.
Repeat that?
Our code helps mitigate material costs with direct purchase and no tax.
Direct purchase, you said, and no tax?
Yes, sir.
So do you want her to add anything to that, or no? Does she have anything to add?
I can, just a bit. I wanted to just not only reiterate what the manager said, but as it relates to cost estimates. One thing that Burke mentioned is that they locked in their pricing for material. One of the requirements that we had, especially when we went back out to bid, is we do have an SBE goal, right? And a part of that goal is we required the bidders to submit not only the subs pricing, but the actual line item bid that they provided. So we can see what those costs are, and they've locked those in. So at that point, they're responsible for adhering to those prices as they received them. And so that further, and we had a conversation, and I'm not of the change order kind. So we did talk about change orders and how we are not going to have, we're going to try to limit as many change orders as possible to none if we can, because we are really trying to realize the cost savings that we've received.
Thank you. Thank you.
Man,
yes.
Thank you. So normally, okay, so we have the pricing, but our city has been known to take forever to do things. And if, because of us, because of the city, if there's any delays, are they entitled to any extra costs? Because things do go up, right? But if we keep this project on track, which we will, right? But if something were to happen that we just keep on delay, because it's already been delayed like 20 years. So if we keep on delay, it's not their fault if pricing goes up because we're delaying. So how does that work?
So, like you said, sometimes there are things that are outside of our control, but what is in our control is ensuring that we're communicative and that we're proactive. So our discussions have been that, when there's an issue, when you see their long leads time, when you see the pricing can go up, to communicate that with the city immediately. So like the manager mentioned, that we can get those direct material costs, hopefully longer lead times with no taxes. So outside of acts of God, we are still squared away for Q4 2027. And so
Also,
we've
through the mayor, the materials are one thing. Our contracts provide clearly, in fact, we just rewrote them. They do not get damages for delay. They can get a time extension if necessary, if justified. But we will not pay damages to the company for delay.
Well, if it's their
separate
fault.
from the pricing,
But if they delay it, but if we delay it, I would think that they're entitled to something.
except our contract says they are not.
Oh.
If they want to do business with us, they take our terms, and our terms are, again, if their material goes up and it was unavoidable and they were not responsible and it wasn't because of their delay, yes, material costs can go up. But they can't get overhead and profit. They can't charge us. They can't say, well, you slowed us down, because our contract prohibits that.
Good, thank you.
Commissioner John.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, does the contract says anything about local preference, job fairs, or local hires at all? Do we have anything in
I'll defer to the city attorney on that item. I don't recall seeing anything of that in the procurement process.
I'm going to defer to purchasing on that, because in the first instance, that's something that we work with purchasing on. We have rewritten the contract substantially, but I believe there are some targets in it, but I'll defer on the details of that to the procurement director.
So we do have an SBE goal of 15% that the bidders had to adhere to, and the firm has. Also, we discussed the request from the Washington Park community early on that we make our best effort to hire or use folks from the neighborhood to assist in the project, whether that be security, whether that be, traffic, whatever that is. We have communicated that we are going to make our best effort to try to fulfill that.
Yeah, I remember that was something that we spoke about early on a couple of years ago. So, Mr. Manager, we want to see a fair. We want to see something added to that timeline before we begin, please.
Understood.
Do you have a motion? So moved.
I was going to make a comment, but then Commissioner Smuckler spoke, Vice Mayor Smuckler spoke. I just want to say that I appreciate you came and gave us that background, because I've been here long enough that I remember when they were so excited about the new material that they put down on the playground until the summer came and the kids couldn't stand on it. And we had to redo the whole thing because the material was wrong. But thank you, Commissioner Jean, for asking that question. That's the one thing I see more than anything else, that you have the experience to know what you're doing so that we don't have to redo it when the ink isn't even dry on the contract. Thank you very much.
Do you have a motion? So moved. Do you have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Next item, Mr. Attorney.
Item 11.9, resolution number R 2026-48, Formerwood Centric, Mayor Michael Joseph, sponsored by Commissioner Sue, resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida. Formerwood Centric, Mayor Michael Joseph, make legislative findings pursuant to the city charter, directing completion of an independent investigation. I think that's actually not part of the title. Formal, it also says informally referring that.
Can you speak into the microphone?
I apologize. Do you have the updated resolution handy? Yeah, because this was, I think, put on original. Resolution, it's 11.9, resolution number R 2026-48, formally censuring Mayor Michael Joseph, sponsored by Commissioner Sue. A resolution of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, formally censuring Mayor Michael Joseph, making legislative findings pursuant to the city charter, and providing for an effective date. That's the proper title.
I motion to introduce.
Second.
Okay, thank you. Discussion?
It's your item. I do have my attorney here that would speak on the item, but if you want to go ahead first.
Actually, this was going to be introduced when we received the report, and our city attorney let me know that it was not possible because we didn't give enough time notice to the public. So, with enough notice to the public, so here we are.
I'd like to hear from your attorney. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to hear from your attorney first.
Thank you, Mr. Luis Suarez is my attorney on this matter.
And you're not going to be asking for money back from the city for your attorney, are you?
This is me. So.
Okay, just want to clarify.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I just wanted to make sure that he was not going to be asking.
My intention is to
For his
try to
attorney.
resolve this most amicably. Sorry, I had because look, this resolution carries some reputational harm towards me. I have to protect my family, my livelihood, my overall perception in this community. So I'm doing the best in that regard. I also want to protect the city's reputation as well. But I'm just, like I said, I'm just trying to, I'm gonna let my attorney move and speak on my behalf because, like I said, I've been advised not to. So, my attorney, Luis Suarez, if you can state on your comments, please.
First of all, good evening, and given the lateness of the hour, I want to start by saying thank you for giving me the opportunity to be heard on behalf of a gentleman who has served this community proudly and honorably for the last 10 years or so. When I reflect, and to be sure, and to answer your question,
Yes, Luis.
Commissioner Smuckler, I am Luis Suarez. I'm a lawyer.
Yeah, sorry.
And to be sure to answer your question, Commissioner Smuckler, and some of you may remember me because I've appeared on behalf of the city successfully at least twice on very controversial matters, on matters that we probably don't want to revisit. And I certainly don't want to revisit ugly matters with with Mayor Joseph. But to answer your question very directly, I'm being paid $0 to stand here today and defend Michael Joseph. I'm going to say that again, $0. I'm here today pro bono for him. And why am I here? Because I spend a lot of time, I've been a lawyer for 27 years, and I spend a lot of time reflecting on one question, perhaps too much time, which is, what do you need for there to be justice in America? You need at least 4 things. You need the rules to be set forth in advance clearly and transparently. You need an impartial tribunal, a judge, a jury, impartial. You need advocacy on both sides. You need fights. That's number 3. And hopefully you have advocacy that cares, that's passionate, that loves what they do. And the 4th thing is why I'm standing here, is because you need process, due process, fair process, open process. And I rise today in vehement opposition, not just strong opposition, vehement opposition to what is happening. Because if you're going to besmirch a man's career, a man's reputation, he has the opportunity to be heard. The resolution that is being proposed today is flawed. It is reckless. It is indefensible. It is legally unsound. Why do I say that? Because here's what happened in this process. In a matter of 25 days, somebody was paid $50,000 and they issued a report. And in that report, what does it say? In the very first word, there is a legal disclaimer. It says interim report. And it says, this has possible findings. What does that mean in layman's terms? It means the business, it's not finished. It's not finished. For the record, that's page 3 of the report. The second thing the report does, it says that violations have not been determined. Page 29 of the report, twice it says it. It says, in conclusion, this will require further investigation. Twice it says it. How can you make a resolution on something that in its own face is not final? The report makes clear that there are no adjudicative findings in the report. Possible violations. Alleged is used 3 times. Alleged, alleged, alleged. The report openly acknowledges, and nobody has seen a transcript of a single employee, not one, and only certain employees. Some of them did not recall. At the very least, you have referred this to the Commission on Ethics. You have referred this to the State Attorney's Office. Let them investigate. Let's have full testimony, open cross-examination, and then you make a conclusion. And you may be right, and you may be wrong. But what we don't do, and we don't do in the United States, is we rush to judgment based on alleged interim reports. That's wrong. As a matter of principle, morality, and law, it is wrong. Now, it goes without saying that today, I'm here pro bono. But the city has risk if you're going to besmirch and censor somebody without a full investigation. If you don't believe me, read the popular press. Palm Bay just did the same thing, and they ended up paying the city official a ton of money because of what they did. Came out in all the newspapers. Now, I will end my comments today. Not with my words, but with the words from the gentleman that you paid $55,000 to issue the report. Further investigation is needed to finalize this report. Further investigation is needed. I don't know how, I can't make it up. Interim, page 3. Further investigation, page 3 and 29. No determination of any charter violation, page 29. Not only that, the language of the report is flawed, legally flawed. I have 7 points as to why the language in the resolution, it's not even accurate. And so the reason I am opposing this resolution is, if you want to do this the right way. Do this the honorable way. Let the investigation happen. Don't pay for the conclusion you want. Have that person say this is a temporary interim report and all of a sudden besmirch somebody. That's not fair. That's not right. And I certainly would never, ever put my name behind that. Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Mr. Mayor,
Commissioner Smith.
before he leaves the podium, I'd like for him
Mr.
to
Lewis.
tell us the 7 fraud things.
To answer your question, first thing, the word you use in that resolution says credible allegations. It's never, you can search that report. You can search that report for credible, not used. So somebody is making a determination today as to the credibility of witnesses that they haven't seen. You are putting the cart before the horse, to borrow the words of somebody else. What it says, what it actually says is possible violations. Your resolution language says immediate referral. That's what your resolution language says. But the report says further investigation to finalize. The report establishes, the resolution establishes it as conduct when the report says words of alleged, potential, possible. The resolution invokes the charter. The report does not. You can look at that report high and low, and there's not a single case cited therein. And it says, in fact, at point of fact, it says possible violations of charter have to be looked at. Substantial legal risk is what you put in your resolution when the report says there's risk to exposure. There's risk to exposure, but there's risk to exposure in everything you all do every single day. So the resolution treats the matter as an evidentially concluded. He did something wrong, he's got to be censured. When the report itself acknowledges, the own report acknowledges limited interviews, memory gaps, the need for more evidence. The resolution presumes that the review is completed when the report, in its own terms, says that you have to finalize findings. So, if we believe in one thing in America, it's, yeah, people have the right to be accused and should be accused. And should be accused. But when you're going to do it right. Do it fairly. Do it openly. Do it honestly. This gentleman said sunshine. That's what he said, and he had his glasses. What you need to do is let the people that are charged with sunshine, you've already done it. You've already said, go to the state attorney, go to the Commission on Ethics. There are processes and protocols in both of those procedures. And if those two bodies can't do it, this body certainly cannot. Thank you. Any further questions, Commissioner Smith? Yes?
You referenced something about that he can sue the city for the censure. Can you go back to that, please?
If yes, in very, very simple layman's terms. Mm-hmm. If you say something about somebody that is untrue, you expose yourself to legal risk. If you censure somebody without following all the process that's due and that's owed, and you besmirch a person's career, he has rights to be protected, and we will exert those rights.
Okay.
I'm just
going to say something. Sure. I really don't like to be threatened. I really don't.
I'm not threatening you. You asked me a legal question.
You're not threatening my life. No, you're not threatening my life. You're threatening to sue, and I don't appreciate that. But what I'm going to say right now is I don't want a lawsuit, because I don't want Commissioner Kramer now to be able to sue us because she was censured without a due process. So I'm going to make a motion right now to uncensor Commissioner Kramer If I get a second and if I get 4 votes, that'd be great. If not, then she can go ahead and sue us if she wants to.
I second.
Okay, you seconded. Do I do? What? I know, but I don't want to get.
We're talking about censuring without a basis,
Mhm.
right? So the point that Commissioner Smuggler is trying to make was former Commissioner Kramer, was censured on no base at all.
Mr. Mayor, through you, I'd like to make a comment to the people that spoke, the people that wrote emails. We got emails both ways. Make sure you censure and don't. Unfortunately, everybody that's speaking is taking something for granted that isn't true. That you're basing your decision on the report. The report brought it out. But if you do your due diligence, which I did, and you speak to people, which I did, to get it from people that were in the room, people knew, etc. It has nothing to do with the report. The report brought it out. Now it's up to us to see is it true. And that's by doing the due diligence that needed to be done. Whether we vote yes or no, there's a lot of conversation that I think still needs to be done, and I think it's the most important. Because you see, one thing I'll share with you that I know for a fact, because I've been doing this almost 20 years. When you're the mayor, you're held to a higher standard. You're one vote, but you are the head, the titular head of the city. And you're held to a higher standard. That's a very important element. When it starts reflecting on the city, and it starts reflecting on other commissioners, how your city is run, because there are issues that have evolved that unfortunately everybody has fortunately everybody has a different personality. We all come from a different background. I try to forgive because they didn't have my mother. I understand. I got my mother. And that value is mine. I can't share it with you because I can't change you. This is a very serious topic. I appreciate your time. I appreciate how passionate you feel. But we're here to take care of North Miami Beach residents, visitors, and business owners. And we have to look very closely at all of us, not just the mayor, but all of us, how we perform daily. When I go to the grocery store and they give me an extra $1 and I give it back, she says, "What are you doing?" Nobody does that. Or $10 or 10 cents. I say, everybody's got a camera. We are on film 24 hours a day, whether we like it or not. When I walk my dog, they stop me, whether to complain or whether to thank me. This is a very serious topic, and the emphasis of the report is not the reason anybody should be voting. They should be voting because they studied, they did their due diligence, they found out what happened in just one incident. There's other incidents, perhaps about lobbyists or perhaps about hiring or perhaps whatever. But the one incident where you may vote in favor is when you draw a line about changing or trying to change public records. That's a line. That's a line that nobody should cross. So if you start to scream at an employee, I can't tell you to have a better behavior. If you start to give directions, which is against the law to give directions from the state, we have to go through the manager. That's another issue. But public records, that's something serious. And that's why it's, in my mind, not talking to any of my commissioners, I never spoke to any of them, but in my mind, that is the key reason this is brought before me. Now I want to hear what my commissioners say. I want to see what Mr. Mayor says. I definitely want to see what you say. I want to see what our colleagues say, and then I want to see what's the right thing to do.
May I just respond to that, ma'am? Because I think some of those were directed at me. Is that allowed or no?
That's up to my commission if they want you to respond.
I just want to say one thing before, because I don't want to, because I know you've advised me. In particular, that incident, that never happened. I'm looking forward to an opportunity in front of the state attorney, in front of ethics, to refute that. Because I've had not one opportunity to say one thing in my defense. But that being said, Mr. City,
You have an opportunity tonight, Mr. Mayor.
but Vice Counsel.
So all I was going to point out to you, and you and I
can't hear you.
all I was going to, that's not many people often say that, so thank you. All I was going to point out to you is you and I agree in concept, right? What you said two things in your remarks that really is the exact point, right? You say, if in fact this gentleman, any gentleman, alters or directs the altering of a public record, and that is proven.
Or tries to change it.
I agree with you, but here is what's not fair. Here is the point, the process. You went out and you satisfied for your own mind, and you concluded because you had an investigation that you may have done, you said, this I find to be true. You're entitled to do that. But then what's the process, right? Doesn't he have a right to prove it to be untrue?
That's why I'm listening.
Right? And shouldn't you be able to, shouldn't the process allow, because it does, to present witnesses in a public forum, which a state attorney has the right to do, and the Commission of Ethics has the right to do. Shouldn't that be part of the process? And if you are right at whatever standard, I agree with you. But you can't do that right now because it's unfair, because you are a body of one. You are a body of one, and he hasn't been shown the charges that against him. And that's what I honor. That's why we're here. That's what I'm asking you to do, is honor the process. Honor the process. And for those of you that don't remember, the last time I was here, because I've never been adverse to this city, and I lament that Commissioner Smuckler thinks that I'm threatening her. I'm not. I'm just saying openly what the...
I don't think you're threatening my life. I want to
Right.
be clear with that. Okay,
Right.
I just think that when you're saying, when someone says to me, do this or I'll sue you,
No.
to me, that's a threat to my city. Well, that's how I took it.
But
okay?
let me just finish
All
my
right,
point.
well,
The last
that's how
time I was
see it,
here,
and that's how I
I was in favor of the city going after a person, and I was ultimately proven right, that was arrested. So I know what it is to go after an elected official in a civil lawsuit. And I know what it is to be proven right. And I know how difficult it is. So, and it was in this very city. So I've never been adverse to the city. And when the city was harmed in another case, the person that went after them and won the trial was me. So I've always been on the side of the city. Today, I'm not here on behalf of Michael Joseph, although I represent him. I'm here to honor the process. Don't convict. Don't besmirch somebody until you've met your element of proof. That is why we all wear these lapels on our pin. That's why the flag is there.
The only thing I can say to you with all respect, I definitely think he should have his say. I'm excited to hear it because I want to hear his side. I don't talk to any of my 6 colleagues. Thank you very much to our eminent attorney that we had for 31 years, Howard Leonard, who told me I could talk to any billion people in the world except these 6. So but I have a little difference of opinion. I believe he had 30 days to bring up those witnesses. That's what we're doing. I think he had 30. I don't think it has to go into a court.
No. Can I answer your question, Commissioner Smith? I asked for copies of the transcripts, the ones that the law firm has, where it states exact. I haven't gotten those.
They're under seal. It's in the
I can't even
report.
see them. I can't get a transcript or the recordings that say what you believe happened to happen.
It's noted in
How
the
fair is that to
report.
me?
They have it. We haven't seen it. We have not seen it. If you guys have records about everything, you guys have you have records about everything. Anybody make part of a public record statements in this proceeding? They don't exist. We don't have them.
You made a public record?
Yes, I did. I haven't gotten them.
How long ago?
More than 30 days ago. I haven't received them.
See, these are things we should know, number one. But number two, you were in the room. You were the issue. And I'm anxious to hear what you say. All I can do is what I see in front of me as a request, as I do with every single resolution or ordinance. Read it, go to sources, try to find the best solution. And I think that this is a very important part of that solution, is to hear what everybody says. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
To clarify, I asked for copies, never got them. They say that they had recordings, and they were recorded. Each one of those interviews were recorded. I asked for copies of them, and I never received them. That's not fair to me. That's not fair to me. Commissioner Flourmont.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. You know, in hearing your attorney's interpretation of what he feels is before us today and what we can or can't do, you know, it kind of opens up a lot of conversation about process and procedure within this city and how we move about doing things repetitively, right? Because it seems that at times we will repeat the same action but follow a different procedure in getting to that end, right? And so when it comes to censure, you know, what's complex about this scenario is that, are we censuring on something that is substantive, or are we censuring on something that is subjective, right? And so a lot of the conversation that's happening now, just based on the fact that we don't have a complete investigation, seems to me to be subjective versus substantive. You can agree or disagree with that, but in light of that, I think that we need to take a pause on this, number one, because it hasn't been fully flushed out. There's a lot of things that are not clear about this, but in addition to that, I think we need to also look at process and procedure when it comes to censuring and taking these types of actions in the city of North Miami Beach. And whether it needs to be retroactive or not, that's something that we need to take a look at. But I think that's a serious conversation that shouldn't happen just, you know, quickly as we may want it to happen tonight. But we really need to have our attorney and our city manager take a look at this censure process. And if it has to be retroactive because of what we're hearing this evening about substance, proven facts, ability to refute, and those types of things, then that's what we need to look at thoroughly so that we can examine the process. And if anyone was not availed of that process, maybe some things need to happen retroactively. So that's my statement here. I can't support this for those reasons. And, you know, I definitely want to allow the mayor to have his opportunity and for the city to have their opportunity to fully look through everything that's going on as it relates to this matter. Thank you.
There's a motion on the floor. Vote on that. There's two motions on the floor.
There's my motion.
Okay. Again, I have not been afforded due process. I've asked for copies of the transcripts. I've asked for the opportunity to see all the attachments, all the emails that this report refers to. I have not received them. People in the media have reached out to get copies of this report, and they have not been able to receive them. I just ask that I get the transcripts, which do exist because this firm did do this job, that this, the state attorney and the Commission on Ethics, which both have this item before them, review this. And then if I'm found to have violated, believe you me, I will deserve whatever reprimand you guys see fit. But allow me the opportunity, no, the right, like everyone else in this country, the due process. That's basically what I'm saying. I'm only asking what everybody else is supposed to get. So, Commissioner Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First of all, I need to. Yes, thank you. Sorry about that. First of all, I'd like to ask Mr. Attorney just a general question. If Algo Law Firm had made up stories, said that they recorded things and they actually didn't, what are the consequences of that?
That's frankly very difficult to answer because their consequences to that could vary from none to extremely severe. It just depends on, first of all, who it would be in front of, who gets to make that decision. I mean, it's just a very difficult question to answer.
Okay, so it could possibly be disbarred, right? Meaning all the attorneys or the company could possibly lose their whatever license that they need. So with that said, I think that this company has been around for a while. The gentleman, I guess he ran for sheriff of Miami-Dade County as well. But his reputation precedes him. A lot of people vouch and say that he is very credible. With that said, I also want to define censure for our friends and the audience and everybody else. A censure means to express formal, severe disapproval or harsh criticism of someone, typically in an official or public context. It's a disciplinary reprimand, often used by bodies like Congress to condemn actions, distinct censor, suppressing content, by basically synonymous with just condemning the situation. Now, the reason why I brought this censure to the table here for my colleagues is because with the fact that Algo will most likely not hurt their own reputation just to hurt the mayor, which I don't think that's the case. So it is not one person who heard or had been mistreated. Back in 2018, the attorneys from Weiss-Serota had also made the same complaint about the mayor, but back then was a commissioner. We have seen this behavior, and it's a repeat. It's a pattern. You see this, how he raises his voice, screams at employees. It wasn't one person who said that. There were several people in the report. They were not sitting at a round table going, oh yeah, that happened to me too. This was individually asked, recorded, and they knew they were testifying to something that could actually move forward and incriminate their current mayor. So they're not going to take this lightly by saying it just to say it. This doesn't make any sense. And if we have employees that are expressing their frustration about working under the mayor, the least we could do is stand up for those employees. That's number one. Number two, Commissioner Smuckler is bringing up a discussion item about figures. Figures is not only just in the report for Sheila McCormick, I don't know what her name is, Sherfless McCormick. She is in that, figures is also in that report, also related to the mayor. And we have a contract without $45,000 paid, without a procurement process. And I'm sorry, but I think Mr. Suarez influenced my passion here. But I'm just saying that I normally want to talk as toned down as possible, but to have me think that we as a body will sit idly by, watch the employees stick their neck out, share stories about things that we have not seen. Some of us have proved it, some of us haven't, but we're going to sit down and say, oh, you know what? Let's wait till the law takes its course. In the meantime, what are we thinking about with people? Do you think that there wouldn't be no repercussions? There would be no retaliation in some way? We hope so. We hope that there would be no retaliation. But in the meantime, can we express our severe disapproval of what has been happening? Procurement, possible. All of these are alleged. Although we do have a paid item, right, which is going to be brought up by Commissioner Smuckler today in the discussion, but we have alleged people who have stated these are all possible allegations, and I know that this is allegation. And you know, Mr. Suarez, I really appreciate that they put interim report. I really appreciate that they put that they're possible allegations, because if they had said something other than that, I would not trust that law firm, because the mayor hasn't had his chance in due process. So I'm grateful for that report, honestly. I like it that it was actually alleging and not ruling it, being a judge in the matter. So with that said, I really think that I am expressing my disapproval for the way that the mayor has been treating our staff. I want to stand up for them. I want to make sure that they know. You know, we always complain about how so many little people want to work in NMB, and we wonder why. If we're not standing up for them, who wants to work here? Because they could be abused verbally or allegedly verbally abused and like get away with it. And we as commissioners just continue on with our day. I don't think so. That's where my stand is. I disapprove of this behavior, and whatever it is that's in the report, whatever it is that I have spoken to staff about, and whether this is an alleged, it's a possible, you know, it's not, we need other evidence, we need his day in court, due process, whatnot, and I want it to be fair. I don't want to, and if we find that your case is cleared and your day in court is done and you are not, none of this has happened, I would gladly propose to reverse this censure. So that's my take on it, and thank you for my time.
Commissioner Sue, I, again, object to the entire report. Unless you have copies of these recordings or the transcripts, correct me if you do or not, but I don't. I never had an opportunity to refute them. I'm asking an opportunity before you pass judgment for the process to continue on. I've availed myself to the ethics, the State Florida Commission on Ethics already, and as well as to the state attorney as well. They've been in contact with me. So I've made myself available because I want to go through the process and to clear my name. But you should give me the opportunity to clear my name, as opposed to just saying you're going to pass judgment and say, hey, if it turns out you're not, then we'll just take it off. That's unfair to me. That's unfair. You're innocent until proven guilty. That's America.
Can I just say something, Mr. Mayor?
But you're passing a judgment. That's, you read the definition of it.
Censure is not a judgment. It is expressing a disapproval.
Of what? That is, of allegations?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, why is this whole discussion rooted on an incident? Commissioner Sue brought up something about the employees feeling threatened and feeling scared. I spoke to somebody that they had their child with them, and you were abusively, the words the child never heard, because they don't talk like that in their house. So why are we keying on one incident?
Even on that incident, you're saying that, but I don't even know who's alleging that. I don't know who's alleging that. I have not even had an opportunity to refute that. On top of that, in the report mentions several other elected officials. It mentions HR. It mentions the CFO. It mentions other people, not just me.
We're not done. Maybe this is the beginning focus. I don't know. I'm just saying to you, for me on a personal level, the higher standard to all of us, can't be taken lightly.
But I just want due process. You can't just say, I spoke to someone and that's good enough for me. That's unfair to me. That's unfair. That's not the right. So someone can tell me something about you and say, hey, I'm going to pass judgment on you because.
Well, if you got this transcript, or if you spoke to the person that said the words that's on this transcript, to me, it's 6 to 1 1/2 a dozen.
I would ask you, have you seen the transcript?
No, I'd say the person that said the transcript, that's what they transcript. The person that said it, if you spoke to them, whatever they said should be on the transcript. So
I'm asking for that to be proven. Where's the transcript?
I'm listening to everybody. Commissioner for Smuckler, Vice Mayor Smuckler, you were going to say something about, Lynn Sue said you were bringing something up that I was going to ask you. What was that?
For discussion item, the text messaging with the Figures Company, which is one of the accusations against the mayor, and also it's part of the Sheila McCormick thing.
Did you have proof of that?
No, we're going to discuss it tonight. I wanted, yeah, I'm just saying that we're going to discuss tonight because we're paying them $40,000. How much are we paying them, Mr. Manager?
Through the mayor to Vice Mayor Smuckler, $48,000 a year.
$48,000 a year as opposed to $12,000, was it?
Through the mayor to Vice Mayor Smuckler, that's correct, $12,000.
Yeah, we had another company and it was switched. We were paying $12,000 and now we're paying $48,000 through this Mr. Figures company.
So, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
So I'm hearing Commissioner Smith and her reasoning, et cetera. I think the, Mr. Attorney, City Attorney, if you can correct me, when you use the term asked to form, what are you referencing exactly word for word? Asked to form. Are you referencing word for word what you see before you? Like if we approve something?
I'm not sure I understand.
I guess the point I'm making is what's in front of us is what we're being asked to approve, right? Commissioner Smith may have a different
resolution that
correct. Commissioner Smith may have a different reason why to approve this.
Oh, approve.
To approve the censure. No, approve the censure or to vote for it. Commissioner Smith may have her reasons because she said it's not necessarily, if she's going to do this, it wouldn't necessarily be specific to everything listed here. It could be for other reasons, and different people may have different opinions. But what's in front of us is what's in front of us, and it's specific, right? And so the question I'm asking is, if it is for clarity purposes, if someone votes for this, they're voting for what's in front of them, correct? What's in the reso, clearly word for word, right?
You have a resolution in front of you. The resolution states what you're being asked to vote on. And if you vote in favor of it, then you're voting to adopt what is in front of you. People can have different reasons for voting for something, typically outside of possibly the realm of litigation. Typically, elected officials who vote for something vote for it for their own reasons. And typically, they're not questioned about what the reasons are why someone votes for something, although in the context of litigation, there may be a different answer to that. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you.
I just want to say, I'm going to take the gavel because this is about you, so I'm not sure that you should have the gavel when we're discussing you, I think.
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
I can hold the gavel. I'm not making a motion.
All right, I thought that because it's about you that, I mean, I don't care. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I'm not.
Joe, are you awake? Are you answering? Are you listening?
I'm not hearing you.
Oh, I
I
said,
thought you were speaking to the mayor last time.
no, I think because this item is about him, I thought that I should take the gavel.
No.
Well, that's what I thought, but I don't care. He can have it. It's kind of on my side anyways, but you can have it.
I'm sorry, again, I'm having trouble hearing.
She wanted to.
I'm the one who's having trouble hearing. I was on a long flight. So I just thought,
Hear you now, speaking into the
okay.
mic, yes, ma'am.
You see what it feels like? That's why you have to speak into the mic so we can hear you too.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I just thought that because the item was about him, that he had to pass the gavel. That's it. If it's a no, it's a no. It's over. Okay, next
I'm
item.
not sure that there's a bright line rule on that, frankly, one way or another.
Doesn't matter.
As a parliamentarian, I don't make decisions.
Mm-hmm.
I only provide advice. That's up to you and your colleagues to
It
determine.
doesn't matter. Let's move on to the rest of the conversation. Okay.
Vice Mayor, there's a motion on the table?
There's a motion to,
Approve
on,
to censure the mayor.
for which one?
Well, we'd have to ask the clerk and I think they said there's two motions on the table?
You had made a motion as to a prior commissioner, and then there's a motion on the reso.
You don't have simultaneously two different motions. You have a motion, there are subsidiary motions that can address a motion on the floor. Table is one, refer, you can move to amend, et cetera, but you don't have two separate main motions at the same time. You address one, and again, you can have subsidiary motions to a motion, but you don't have two main motions simultaneously. You have to somehow dispose of one, and then you can make a separate main motion.
All right, well, I didn't get an opportunity to really speak, so if, through the mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. So, look, it's not right that you haven't had the opportunity to review what is being said about you. At the same time, I don't believe that this algo is going to lie on the report that they did. But I do understand you have a right to see what's in front of, what you're being accused of, and I totally would want to as well. But, the little bit that I did see, right, the report that we all got, it's interviews with the employees. And I mean, I was the chair of the Civil Service Board. I always voted with the employees. Like, not one time. I remember once one of the city managers got really mad, and that's why that whole process of removing the Civil Service Board was because we were voting with the employees. I think last month or the month before, I said that we stand with the employees. To me, it's always about the employees, treating them right, treating them well. And I don't appreciate what was done to the employees, that they felt that the way that they did, that they felt threatened, that they felt that they were yelled at. I just don't think that the employees are lying.
I would say, please get a copy of the recordings, because there was an instance where an employee, and I think the HR, saying that I want to recant this. There's been other employees that say, hey, I didn't say that. So we haven't had an opportunity. Like, I would just want the recordings to come out.
All right, but if the one employee recanted it, why haven't the others?
Because we haven't gotten copies of them. I think some of them have asked for copies of the recordings. They haven't got them.
They've seen the report that came out.
They haven't seen. But I'm saying that many of them, just the way that they reached out to you saying, I never said that.
But the same way that the one employee recanted, the others could have recanted as well.
They have tried. I'm saying that you could ask for.
They've tried to recant. To whom? Who have they recanted?
From my understanding, they try to reach out to Algo Group themselves to get a copy of them. They have not. So what I'm asking is that why don't you just ask for copies of them so you can listen for yourself? That's all I'm asking.
Okay. The person that.
Wait. When the investigation was done, wasn't it done under the premise that if the employees talked, that we wouldn't have any recourse to the employee or be able to go after the employee?
But what I'm saying is that they don't. What I'm saying, Commissioner Chernoff, the recordings, the report itself is flawed. You already have one person on the record, and there was an email sent from the manager saying HR was clarifying an issue in regards to saying a statement. They crossed it off. Other employees have reached out to me, and I've already expressed that to the state attorney, saying they've reached out to me. Please go get the recordings. Go get the recordings, because they're saying that I never said that. So that's the whole issue of it. Get the recordings, and if they corroborate it. But they're saying that it's not corroborated.
I understand, but understand that when they had anonymity by doing their report, as far as I was concerned, if we wanted them to talk truthfully.
But the state attorney is already looking at that, and they could have that determination with them. But they haven't even gotten a copy of the recordings yet. So they can keep the anonymity, let them investigate, but that hasn't even happened.
Mr. Mayor, how do you know that they recounted their testimony?
Because they've reached out to me just like they reached out to you. A couple of them said, I never said this.
They've never reached out.
No, you said that you've talked to a couple of them.
Because I made the phone call. I reached out to them.
Who's them? If they're anonymous, who's them? How do we even know who they are?
They are the people that they're talking about, the people in the room, the people that.
Aren't they anonymous?
I mean.
You couldn't.
But
okay, so
but just to protect people's rights, right? All I was asking for is for the Allo Group to give the transcripts over to the state attorney and the Commission on Ethics. They don't have any of that. Let them investigate from that point on.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So we're hearing that this is supposed to be anonymous, right, from Commissioner Chernoff. It seems like several people up here have had conversations with whoever these anonymous people are, right? Commissioner Smith is saying they're not anonymous.
They have the right not to have anything held against them. That was part of the thing, and it's still part of it.
So, Commissioner Chernoff, are you saying they're anonymous, or they just have the right not? What are you saying? Because you used the word anonymous.
When they were asked to speak on the record, they were given more or less amnesty, anonymity, whatever you call it, for their testimony, and so that we couldn't. That's why they were called A, B, C, D, E, and F. They weren't called by their title, by their name.
Right. So you're saying that
the reports.
That's anonymity, right?
Now, all of us can read between the lines and see who is A, who is C, but that there was supposed to be some kind of protection on the employees. And that was,
Commissioner Chernoff, and through the mayor, look, if the mayor believes, which I would more likely agree with, that we need to have a process before we get to a censure, then everyone should be able to avail themselves of that, right? And I also believe maybe that should be something that is retroactive, right? Because it can't be this way in this scenario and some other way in another scenario, because we need consistency and continuity on our commission. Now, Commissioner Sue said, well, here's what a censure means. If this is what a censure means based on your definition, then you can censure based on something that is subjective. It's your feeling, it's how you feel. You can vote based on that. But we also need to be consistent with that as well, because you can't be subjective on this and then say, well, with every other censure, we need to be thorough and we need to have a full-fledged process. So we got to choose which one that we're gonna go with. Are we gonna be subjective, or are we gonna really go through a process? And if we're gonna go through a process, let's do that, but make it retroactive to everyone else, in essence, invalidating whatever we did before this. Would be my position on this issue.
So may I respond to Commissioner Flourmont, please? Thank you. So now you're saying that you're willing to overturn the censure for former Commissioner Barbara Kramer because
It's not about
you
one
want the
commissioner.
no,
This is
hold
not
on,
about
hold
one
on.
commissioner.
Allow me to
It's
finish
about a
speaking.
process.
So yes, so that's what I'm saying. What was the process when you censured her?
Look, you're completely missing the point. I'm telling you,
Okay.
if you want to be subjective, then let's
Which you
choose
are.
for that to be the case, right?
Mhm.
And if that's the case, then that's consistent with what we've done before, right?
I see, okay.
That's what I'm saying. But if we're saying that, okay, you know what, Mr. Mayor, we're going to go through a full process or allow the process to play out before we come to a conclusion that we're going to censure you based on fact or proven fact, right? Then that's what we need to apply to everyone that's been through this process. There's been several censures prior to this, right? Three, I believe, right? And so having said that, we need to make sure that that's the process and it's retroactive. But what I'm saying is we can't choose to be subjective with one and then decide that we want to process with another. Thank you.
So we are being subjective, I assume.
Whatever you want to do is what you're going to do, but I'm saying whatever this commissioner wants to do, Commissioner Sue, she can do, but in this scenario, as I'm stating, what's happening here is based on what I see in front of me. And that's an investigation that has not been fully and thoroughly completed, and we voted to send it to 7-0. We voted to send this to ethics and to the SAO, and what's in front of me here are findings of fact versus something that has not, these things have not been found to be factual. We talk about anonymity of people. We talked about something that was said about our city attorney's office, and that was changed as well because apparently that statement wasn't correct. So if we're going to do that, if we're going to do it based on what we're seeing in front of us, it hasn't been fully fledged out. And I believe we need to go through a full process before we censure someone. But at the same time, I'm able to say that if we're going to do that for this mayor in this scenario, then we also need to implement that process even retroactively for those who were censured prior.
Well, if we're going to go retroactive, we'll have to dig Franz Pierre up. May he rest in peace. So I don't think that's happening.
So
I just want to say, before last month, I was going to try to pull it if it was on, because I did my due diligence there as well. And I saw that each one of those three, DiFilippo, Kramer, and Pierre, were given 30 days notice. And so therefore I felt the process here should have been a 30-day notice. I was glad when we pulled it, we brought it back. But You're 100% right that, and if that's correct, that we're voting on what's in the resolution. But remember, when you start reading into a resolution, sometimes you find out other factual material. You can't just all of a sudden get that out of your mind. It might not be in the resolution, but you find out other things. I'm just saying, again, I'm not 100% to which way, but I love hearing some of the other thoughts. And the reason that that's very important is because it seems like we each have a different kind of feeling about what this means to the city. What does it mean to the city to have a mayor that has maybe some behavior for the employees? I mean, I'm hearing that over and over now, which wasn't one of my strong thoughts. But I can tell you something. I am taking this serious, I hope, and I see that you all are. You are taking it serious. And we have to do the right thing for the residents, because that's their mayor as well as it's our mayor.
May I?
Commissioner Smucker was next.
Yes. All right, so you said that you spoke to the state attorney's office?
Yeah.
About this?
Mm-hmm. I forwarded over the copy of it. I forwarded over a copy of the resolution. Yes, ma'am. And it's they're looking at it right now. There's an ASA assigned to it. Yes, ma'am.
All right, and also, correct me if I'm wrong, but you were censored in 2019, right? Were you? I mean, you don't even remember. It didn't ruin your life. It didn't.
No,
ruin your reputation.
I remember that it was a censure because it was they said I put something on the table.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that you were censored and it didn't ruin your reputation.
No, this is very different from this. This is alleging. This is going to a criminal tribunal or a criminal process. This is way different than alleging putting something on the table somewhere.
Commissioner, Vice Mayor, he was censured before?
In 2019.
I wasn't here then. Tell me what the censure was about.
No, you were here in 2019.
No.
Yeah, hey,
24.
you were here.
No, you were here.
You were here when that happened, Commissioner Smith.
Look.
19 and 20 were the years I was out.
No, you were here,
20,
Commissioner Smith.
20, 21, you came back in 22. You left in.
Censured by us for what?
For putting a documentation on the table.
All right, so I have a question. Did you or did you not say to an employee to go to F word Phyllis Smith and Fortuna Smuckler?
No. Please look at the recording. No.
So you're saying the employee is lying?
Yes. Or that report is lying. I'd like to see the recording, please.
So you're saying that the algo made up?
I honestly believe that the recording will clarify a lot of issues tied to this report.
So you think that algo just made up that the employee said that
Commissioner Smuckler, I'm saying, can we look at the record? Can we have the recording? Can we have the transcripts? There's been several employees that said I didn't say this. Can we have the recordings?
So why have the employees reached out to you and not to the rest of us?
I don't know if they told me they did reach out to Algo. At least one of them said so. They haven't gotten a response from them. That's all I'm asking, an opportunity to get the transcript.
Well, one of them changed or recanted, but you're saying there's more.
Yes. And I'm saying, please have the recordings released.
And none of them have reached out to the manager?
I don't know for a fact, because like you said before, I haven't had an opportunity to speak with the manager directly. I have not on that issue, but I'm looking for an opportunity to have the.
Mr. Manager, has any employee reached out to you and told you that the report is wrong?
Through the mayor to Vice Mayor Smuckler, I had a conversation with an employee who stated that he didn't recall exactly what he said, but he wasn't sure that he said what it said in the report. And he asked me to reach out to the law firm and to request copies so he could listen to what he said, because he wasn't sure Did he say city attorney? Did he say interim city manager? And I asked him, I said, do you have any recollection of what you said, of which one you said? And he said no. So I did reach out to Algo Law Firm, and I requested copies of the recordings or a transcript of the recordings. I was told that once a criminal investigation was launched by the state attorney's office, that they were no longer a public record, and they would be made accessible to the city. This is what I was told.
Okay.
And that they would be made a public record and accessible to the city once the state attorney's office were completed with their materials. However, they did send back the revised interim report, changing the gentleman's statement from city attorney to interim city manager.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Suarez, there was a comment that was made in regards to public records that it's still a public record. What they have, Algo Group, is still a public record. Did they give you that in an email, or is that on a conversation that it becomes a criminal?
It definitely was a phone conversation, and I'm not sure if that is, I will check my emails to see if they put that in writing.
I'm not really clear on my criminal and civil procedure, but I'm pretty sure, I'm 100% pretty sure that those records are subject to public records. They are. And all I'm asking for is that they can't just say this over the phone. If they say this and it's in writing, that's one thing, but I don't think that's legally sufficient at all.
Commissioner Smith, I will remind you that when the motion was passed originally, it was explicitly stated that as city attorney, I was to have nothing whatsoever to do with this process. I don't know what was said.
No,
But
I'm
she
just
asked you a
asking you.
Trying to answer your question, Commissioner. I don't know what was said. Some members of the dais have said that there were promises made to employees, that there was confidentiality or anonymity. I am not a criminal attorney in any way. I've never held myself out. I have questions
You're going
in my
off the
mind.
topic. That
Ma'am,
wasn't what
please
I
let
asked.
me answer.
No, because that's not what I asked. Mr. Geller, what I asked was, he said that they told him he could not have the records from the law firm because it's under investigation.
A criminal investigation. He said he can't.
And he is saying, the mayor's saying that that's not true. They are public record. I'm just asking you, are they public record as an attorney, or aren't they?
If the state attorney has procedures that govern the release of records in criminal investigations, those procedures are not known to me because I am not a criminal attorney and I don't handle criminal law cases. Typically, unless there is some exception, documents that are, quote, official documents are public records. Is there some kind of attorney-client privilege that applies to what they did? I don't know, because I don't know the terms of that investigation. I followed the instruction and kept myself apart from it. I'm not personally aware of what exemption might exist, but there may be one when it comes to a state attorney's investigation. I don't do them. I don't handle them. I don't know their procedures. I'm unable to answer that question for you because I don't know whether there is something that I'm not aware of.
No, it's no.
I asked ChatGPT. Want to know that answer?
Mr. Mayor.
Commissioner Michelle.
I know we have less than an hour to go. I don't know if there's appetite to extend the meeting or to even discuss the items that we have left. Or if we want to go into a vote, I'm not sure what we want to do.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I call a question.
No,
I'm sorry, were you going to make a comment?
Did you want to speak, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Want to hear you.
Okay. I'm asking for us to make a formal request to get the documents before you make the censure, and for them to respond in writing to say what I guess they told the manager. I believe, and if they tell, and they say that they can't release it based on that, on a documentation or whatever, then please bring it back at the next commission meeting, which would be like on April 7th or what have you. I don't think they're gonna be able to do that, but I'm asking for an opportunity to get those records. They're public records. I believe them to be public records, and they're supposed to be able to release those records. That's what I'm asking for.
ChatGPT says it's not.
Mr. Mayor, I just want
It
to,
says, in Miami-Dade County, completed police reports and arrest reports are generally public record under Florida law, but active, ongoing criminal investigations are usually exempt from disclosure until the case is closed or inactive. But this is, I don't know how accurate this is, but I'm just,
Commissioners
ChatGPT.
and Mr. Mayor, may I?
Before,
So,
I'll just ask my attorney to say one final comment. Mr. Suarez, can you say one final, because I know you wanted to say something. Can you say something? Yeah, please. Because we're dealing with criminal law, and now we're looking at, okay.
All I wanted everybody to reflect on for a second is everything's being based on these unknown, undisclosed statements by alleged anonymous people, right? That's what, and there's all sorts of conclusions that are being reached on that. When there is an answer to the question, that answer exists. There are transcripts, there are recordings. If you're not going to look at the answer to the question, by definition, the process is flawed. It is, no question about it. The second thing I'd like everybody to consider, and I don't know the answer to this question, which is we live in the most litigious society in the entire world, 180 countries. Any employee at this city that is accused, that has a harm, can get up, walk to HR, and file a complaint at any moment. At any moment.
except in North Miami Beach, when actually nothing was filed, when the
right.
report was made.
But my point to you is, why is it that it's not until a law firm comes to say, hey, and has interviews, that people start making complaints? I don't know the answer to that question. What I do know is they haven't made the complaint before. And that's highly unusual in this society, highly unusual. By the way, they could go on the website to the EEOC and do it. And 10 years, and I'm not seeing anybody here waiving any type of claims that were made against Commissioner Joseph. I think it's academically dishonest. It's 10 years, but it only happened from February 2nd to February 25th. In those 23 days out of 10 years after we pay a firm to go talk to people. That's the most absurd thing I've ever heard. It's insane.
That's not true.
It's
Because that's not
insane.
true because
Well, where's the proof then? If that's not true, bring the documents and show.
But we already heard, I had already heard about it, so it's not between those dates. I had already heard through the rumor mill that this was going on.
So that's where we are in America, through the rumor mill? That's not fair. Sorry.
So you know what? I care about my employees, and if my employees are saying something, then it's true, okay? So don't come here and say that it was between this date and that date. If the employees are saying, and if the employees are talking about it, then it's true. Do not talk bad about the employees of the city of North.
I have not
say
said
that
anything, and I
they're
resent the
lying.
accusation. But if you're going to say something that an
Do not say
employee,
that they're lying. Do not say that they
didn't
made this up. Do not say that about the employees, because I will defend him.
so an employee has a problem at this thing, and they can't say, Commissioner Smuckler, I was offended and aggrieved by Michael Joseph. Email, a text message. Where is that? That's what's not.
That is not the chain of command. I'm sorry. They have to report to the city manager.
Excuse me, they don't. They can report to human resource. Can I just tell you something, because I'm older than you? I'm going to answer your question that you have no idea why it's that way. They are scared to death of the repercussions. They had an opportunity for somebody to come, maybe your firm, somebody to come and promise them anonymity. That's the reason. I have been here 20 years, not yet, maybe soon. But let me just tell you something. I've talked to so many employees that have such grievances, and they make you promise not to say anything because they need a roof over their head, they need to feed their children, and they don't want the repercussions of being fired. That's human nature. That's human nature for anybody. But here it's especially because somebody can hold a grudge, just a grudge, and they know the right person to tell, and that person is out. We're in a situation here, and I'm listening to what you're saying, and I appreciate that. See, I'm listening, that we're voting on what's here. And I circled every word. You can see it. I haven't touched my pen. I circled every word that said substantial, that said near threshold, that said potential legal, that said substantial. Because I wanted to know why it wasn't so factual. But the content, is the content enough? And as the vice mayor, which I don't want to call her out, I don't want to get in trouble, but she says to me, did you see what he said about us? He said, F you to me and you?
I never said that.
Okay.
I never said that.
I understand.
You're going off of something off a report. I'm saying I never said that.
I personally didn't hold it against you.
But I never said that.
But here's the thing.
You have me on the record saying I didn't say something. I did not say that.
Here's the thing. When this is brought before us, and Commissioner Jean, thank you for telling us to hurry up. When this is brought before us, this is 100% telling you to open yourself to, is there possibilities that would make you, from the years past or whatever, you can't shut that out, even if it's not written here.
But I'm telling you, I never said that.
Okay, I didn't hold it against you, so.
No, but you're holding other parts in there that I'm saying that I didn't do that.
Listen, I was brought up with two brothers. We didn't talk like that in my house. And then you know what happened to me as a young girl? I married a plumber. We didn't talk like that in my house. We didn't talk like, the first time I heard that out of his words as a young bride, I made him apologize and didn't speak to him for 3 days. He never did that again. Our house is a little different because today that's a standard word like, how are you? But I still say a little self-control, a little using your mind to pick a different word. But that's not me. That's me. I want you to be you. You be you.
Look, I'm saying again, I never said that. I'm telling you that there are conversations where other employees, the same way they've reached out to you, said that they have had issues with other people on this dais that said, they said this, they said that. And please go get a copy of the recordings because they stated it on the recordings. However, it never showed up on the report.
Well, how long do you have to wait? We could wait 6 months to find out it's true?
No, I'm asking to get a report, to make a request right now to get that report so I can have some type of due process so I can show you guys that what I'm telling you is true.
So what did you mean when at the monastery, when Commissioner Smith and the chief of police and you were being honored that night, that I went up to you to congratulate you and you told me that I needed to stop talking to IT because I was making them nervous? What did you mean by that? That was the day that I sent an email. I sent an email to IT saying, I heard a rumor that the mayor wanted to edit the Zoom meeting. And they responded, and I said it very nicely. I said rumor, I said please, I said thank you. It was a very nice email. And they responded shortly thereafter, no, we're not doing any edits. There was no nastiness involved between me or IT. It was a very simple. And then you came up to me that night.
No, I did not come up.
Okay, I came up to you to congratulate you, sorry. And you started like, I don't want to, attacking is not the right word. You were.
I was sitting down and
you got up and you started telling me What's wrong with me? Why am I,
No.
why am I scaring IT? What am I doing? I'm scaring them, I'm making them nervous, and all I did was ask, I'm not crazy. Like, don't. Like, you need to stop talking.
Can I answer your question?
So, no, because I want to know. I want to know.
Can I answer?
I want to
Can
know.
I ask you a question? So,
I call the question. I call the question. I think we should move on. So, I motion forward the censure to censure Mayor Michael Joseph. If anything, charter violations, treatment of employees, charter violations, not just procurement, but also charter violations for bypassing the city manager and asking employees to do things. So with that, do I have a second?
We have the motion.
I already have the motion, so I call a question. There was a second before. Was it Fortuna?
No, I was not.
Commissioner
second.
Chernoff.
Oh, Jay? Okay, Jay.
are you changing your position?
She said, call the question. Do you want the vice mayor to proceed?
Proceed. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion fails. All opposed, say nay. Nay. It fails. Thank you.
He did.
Send
He
that.
did.
He did.
Thank you. Next
Okay,
item.
Jean, what'd you say?
I said no.
No. Next item, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
We're going to go back. It's true.
The next item would be back to 11.2 because we did 11.1.
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-14.
Oh, yes, I did have a motion. No, I did make a motion. And she seconded.
You want to add? You can add it for this. We're going to the discussion. We're going to discussion because it was in the. It has to be germane. If you want to add a discussion item.
Well, it's germane because we were talking about possible lawsuits for censoring someone. So I don't.
Parliamentarian. How would you? I just want to. I don't.
Okay, let me, who's making the motion?
Commissioner Smuckler.
And what is the motion, Vice Mayor?
I made a motion to uncensure Commissioner Kramer, and it was seconded by Commissioner Sue.
There is every ability on your part and on the commission's part to address the censure of former Commissioner Barbara Kramer. However, you need to be clear what it is that you're proposing. The censure occurred. It is a matter of historical fact. I'm not aware of any procedure whereby it can be erased from the public records, because if there is such a procedure, it's not known to me. Now, this commission has every ability to express its opinion, its viewpoint, its current take on what happened at that point. That is absolutely within your power to do, and you can say what you think about it, and you can vote, and that will also be a matter of public record, but understand that you don't have the ability to direct it be erased. It occurred historically, it is in our records, and you can't erase it. So if your motion is for this commission to express its opinion, you absolutely can do that. But you cannot, when you say uncensure, I'm not sure what that word means. Like I said, you can't erase it. If you want to
So we want to
express
take
your
it-
But you
opinion,
can put it
back.
on the record. You
yeah,
can
you
put it
can
on the
express,
record that
this
you
commission
wanna
can
do.
say, we think it was the greatest or the worst or anything in between.
We can't take it back?
Well, I mean, you can vote on now, but that, it's in the minutes. I mean, you can't go to the minutes and,
Yeah, but okay, so in the minutes, it says she was censured, and then in the new minutes, it'll say she was uncensured.
Correct.
I don't know what that word means. I'm sorry.
It
I'm
means
not aware of a definition
uncensured
of
means
that.
the opposite of censured. When you undo something,
You can.
sure there's a word. Hold
You're
on, let's-
permitted to express in any way you want to. I actually had this conversation early on in her term with Commissioner Sue when she asked for the same thing, and I said the same thing then that I'm saying now. You can vote anything you want to express the viewpoint of this commission, but you can't undo something that is in the minutes and occurred. You're permitted to vote anything you want to do, but it is a vote of this commission, and it expresses your point of view. And you can do that, absolutely.
Is there a,
Or she could put it for discussion item, right?
well, not even a discussion. I think, Mr. Attorney, who, several people have expressed their volition. Maybe you should sit down with them and come up with some sort of a resolution to verbalize exactly what it is that they want to see.
It's very simple. It's anything.
So
You
put
can
it in
vote
the form,
anything you want to,
put it in a resolution, because
but
it's not on.
it's the statement of this commission at this time as to your view. You can criticize it, you can say it shouldn't have happened, you can say it was wrong, or you can say it was great. Whatever you want to say, you have the privilege of saying, but I'm not aware of a procedure whereby you can say it didn't happen. I mean, if there is one,
So we have a
not aware
motion,
of
we have a second. Fortuna, you're the mayor right now.
Okay, so
So let's have a discussion.
just state what it is that you want to say about that censure. However you want to phrase it, that's your privilege. You can say anything you want. and
I
it will
want to,
be in the public records.
I'd like to
as a
refer this till next month and put it on a discussion item or a resolution. We have legislation in
all
it.
right, yeah, it's
We have a half an
11:27.
hour.
I don't want to discuss this any longer. Please put it on for next month.
Say,
I said it's 11:27. We have other things we need to talk about that are important as well. I don't want to talk about it any longer. Please put it on for the April meeting.
Madam Clerk, did you hear what the Vice Mayor said? Okay. And Vice Mayor, I'm happy to work with you on
All right,
language.
thank you.
All you need to do is tell me how you want it to read, and we'll prepare it, and the clerk will put it on.
All right, so now what?
Move to introduce ordinance number 2025-14. 11.2.
Madam Vice Mayor, you need to ask for a second.
Oh, do we have a second?
Second.
Item 11.2, ordinance number 2025-14, second reading, creating workforce and hero housing program, sponsored by Commissioner Jean. An ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission of the City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 24 Zoning and Land Development Code of the Code of Ordinances to create a new Article 21 entitled Workforce and Hero Housing Density Bonus Program, providing for legislative findings, providing for definitions, eligibility criteria, and development incentives, including fractional density, calculation for qualifying units, providing for administration and compliance, providing for codification, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and an effective date. Second reading.
Move to adopt. Oh, you got to ask for,
A second, do I get a second?
Second,
It's a roll call.
I wanted to, Madam Vice Mayor.
Yes, Commissioner Jean?
Okay, there's two questions I have on this. Number one, what are we doing about the parking? Number two, what are we doing about the parking? Well, you're going to have that many more in more density space. Where do you find a parking? If somebody has a one-bedroom that's going to count as a three-bedroom, how many parking spaces they get? If they have a two-bedroom that counts as a half a bedroom, do they get a half a car?
that's correct.
So we
think
need to
that
know about the parking. And number two, this is a 20-year program for the developer. He's obligated for 20 years to give housing, fair housing, especially for our first responders and our teachers, et cetera. But who is going to be the follow-up? I spoke to the person that voted no, and that was what I gained from that phone call. Who is going for 20 years to make sure that they are charging the low rent to people that qualify and not to their friends and their cousins, et cetera? So is it going to be code enforcement, which
I can answer question 2, but not question 1. How the parking will specifically work and what's sufficient is not for me, but I can say as to question 2, that is something that will have to be adopted by rule, maybe in the form of a resolution, but there will be a rule as to how that's done, and it will come from the Community Development Department, whether it's the code division or some other, but there will have to be an implementing action once the ordinance is passed, whether it's a resolution that gets passed or whether the department issues a rule. And I would think that perhaps Mr. Ahmed would hopefully agree with that. As to question 1, that's beyond my
okay,
authority.
well, I really wanted to ask that to staff, to my fellow commissioners, because should we incorporate this, Mr. Geller, in as an amendment to incorporate it in here that they will be under such and such for
I
the
think the
20-year
department
period?
is waiting to be heard, if you'll allow that, Commissioner, and they can speak to that.
I would
Then
like
I'll
to
give
make
the
that
opinion.
amendment.
Then I'll give the opinion as soon as they speak about whether it's an amendment or not.
For the record, Assistant Director of Community Development.
Yeah, the microphone.
Oh, sorry. For the record, Assistant Director of Community Development, Mitchell Austin. The parking calculations will be based on the actual unit sizes. The fractional density is just a calculation for the purposes of incentivizing the affordable housing program. The certification of the affordability and the maintenance of that is part of, it's an annual report that's required as part of the ordinance. So there is an enforcement mechanism baked into the ordinance before you.
And who's going to follow that up from the city?
So I'm not sure if it's community development or the Department of Housing and Economic Development. One of those two entities, it escapes me at the moment because
Do
of
we
the
have to
hour.
put that there will be an annual follow-up from the city into the, is it in there now?
Yeah, they have to provide a report to the city.
We don't have quorum. Somebody has to come back inside.
So they're required, the developer is required as a condition of the original approval to provide that report annually.
I don't know why I don't remember where I saw it, because
Failure to provide that report would be a code violation, so.
And it's the building department that determines that 30 extra % of density, not an extra square footage in the building, but making each unit smaller. I had to vote on once when one of the religious academies had a vote to make their dorms smaller for the young men that attended, because really they studied all day. So that doesn't bother me. What bothers me is where are they going to park?
Again, as part of the actual development approval process, we're looking at the actual units, number of units to calculate parking.
So it's not in there, though, about the number of parking places.
It doesn't need to be in there because it's in Chapter 24 parking requirements.
Thank you for explaining that to me.
Do you think it's necessary?
No, according to what he just said, and it's public record now,
Okay?
those two things are already in the, not in this ordinance, but they are the ordinance has to speak to the developers, have to answer to our building code.
Yes.
And that'll bring up the parking.
Okay.
Commissioner Jean.
Thank you. I wanted to also make the point that, as intended, this legislation is going to take some time to actually come to fruition. Obviously, it's contingent upon someone building. But, Mr. Attorney, do you remember the caveat that the whole intent was for us to also engage, even though the size of the units are smaller, the initial point was to actually work with also existing developers to see if they would consider the units that are not per se the smaller size, but to allocate current units or available units for this program, right?
I recall
So can you
that. Yes,
speak
ma'am.
to that point of how we can engage existing, because obviously this would be contingent upon, I see Mr. Manager shaking his head no, but I want to hear, that was the whole purpose of this, not 6, 7, 8, 9 years from now to see the development, so I want to hear something to that nature.
Well, subject to what Mr. Austin said, that because you've just created this new Department of Housing and Economic Development, there is some question about where the line is for something from that department or community development. But with that said, those are all employees of the administration. And so presumably, since that was something that you had expressed, the manager can marshal his resources and talk to both of the departments. And maybe it means both departments have some role and work together. But once the ordinance is on the books, if it passes as I guess it will on second reading, then the manager is able to design a program that seems to him to be effective to try to reach out to existing developers and see what can be done to encourage them to do this and get, as the resolution says, there are some incentives and benefits that are made available to people who take advantage of this. And
well, outside of the manager doing that, what codifies that? What can codify that?
Well, the incentives themselves are here, but as I said a moment ago, how that same with parking, you can do it by rule, you can do it by resolution, or to some degree, the manager has some ability to design a program. Now, if in consultation with our office, the manager may have a question and say, do I have authority to do it this way or that way? We'll be happy to answer a question about what authority exists. If he needs existing authority, then it's not a problem. If he needs additional authority, then, we could do it by resolution, which we would help to draft.
I would want
or
that.
by rule.
I would want that, yes, to the approval of this, but to develop something, I want to put that in conjunction to the approval of this, that a program is also established or created to engage current developments.
Absolutely. And in fact, we have one development that, if this should pass, then it be the will of the commission, that we're already looking to implement this program.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Have a roll call? Have a motion?
Motion to approve?
Second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
1 second, we already had a motion on the
Oh.
ordinance. It was
Okay.
a motion to approve from Commissioner Chernoff and seconded by Commissioner Jean.
All right, Madam Clerk, roll call.
Sure. Commissioner Florimon,
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue, Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes.
Next item, Mr. Attorney.
Yes, sir.
Move to
Next item
introduce
is,
ordinance number 2026-02.
you need a second, Mayor. There needs to be a second.
Second.
Thank you. Item 11.3, ordinance number 2026-02, this is second reading. Public notice, general amendment, introduced by the city manager, an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 2 entitled Structure of City Government, Article 3, Office of the City Clerk, Section 2.4, City Clerk, 2-4, excuse me, City Clerk, Article 5, Departments of the City Government, Section 2-9, Department of Public Safety, amending our Chapter 3 entitled Purchasing, Section 3-3, Formal Contract Procedures, and Section 3-4, Miscellaneous Provisions, Chapter 7 entitled Elections, Section 7-7, Vacancy and Candidacy, Elective Offices, Chapter 14 entitled Building and Housing, Section 14-8, Administration and Enforcement of Building, Planning, and Zoning Regulations, Chapter 16 entitled Property Maintenance, Section 16-2, Upkeep of Lots, Parcels, and Tracts, and Section 16-3, Procedures for Sale of Liens, Chapter 17 entitled Streets and Sidewalks, Section 17-7, Abandonment and Vacation of Rights of Way and Easements, Chapter 19 entitled Water and Sewers, Article 2, Water, Section 19-20, Miscellaneous Provisions of the City's Code of Ordinances to enable publication of required legal advertisements and public notices of the designated Miami-Dade County website, consistent with R 2025-188, interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County, and in compliance with Florida statutes 50.0311, publication of advertisements and public notices on a publicly accessible website and governmental access channels, providing for findings of fact, codification, conflict, scrivener's error, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, roll call.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Commissioner Sue? Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Noted. Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Yes.
It passes.
Next item, City Attorney.
Move to introduce number 2026-03.
Item 11.4, ordinance number 2026-03, second reading. Public notice zoning amendment introduced by the city manager, an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 24 entitled Zoning and Land Use Development, Article 15, Other Development Review Procedures, Section 24-180, Denials, Notices, and Fees, Article 19, Development Agreements, Section 24-214, Development Agreements, and Appendix A, Land Development Fee Schedule of the city's Code of Ordinances, to enable publication of required legal advertisements and public notices on the designated Miami-Dade County website, consistent with R 2025-196 interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County in compliance with Florida Statute 50.0311. Publication of advertisements and public notices on a publicly accessible website and governmental access channels, providing for codification, findings of fact, conflict, scrivener's errors, severability, and providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Madam Clerk, do a roll call.
Commissioner Smith? Yes. Commissioner Sue?
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff?
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon?
Yes.
Commissioner Jean?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler?
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph?
Yes.
It passes.
Next item, Mr. City Attorney.
Move to introduce ordinance number 2026-04.
Second.
Item 11.5, ordinance number 2026-04, first reading, noise ordinance, sponsored by Commissioner Sue, an ordinance of the mayor and city commission of the city of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending chapter 9 of the city of North Miami Beach Code of Ordinances, offenses and miscellaneous provisions, section 9-4, noise control, to establish specific noise regulations for outdoor power tools and landscaping equipment at residences and outdoor events, and to clarify enforcement, providing for conflict, severability, codification, for an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Oh, public comment. First reading. And then Commissioner Jean has a comment.
And so do I.
Mayor, while the gentleman's coming up, I'm going to ask that you give me about 60 seconds before we adjourn for attorney's report. There's an item.
Mubarak is on.
Before you start, can you open up for public comment, Madam Clerk? So.
Sure. The floor is open for public comment at this time. Please speak only on the subject matter that is presented before the mayor and commission, and you have 3 minutes to do so. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Mubarak is on. This should be a nice ordinance, a noise ordinance, probably long overdue. We have neighbors who play their music loudly. They think that their music should resonate with every other neighbor. It matters not. But when you call the police, they want to know your name, they want to know where you live in, and it's like, excuse me, can you just go to the address or where you're going to be hearing the loud noise? Why do I have to give my name? Why do I have to give my address? Why do I have to? Oh, well, yeah, you can go anonymous, but then an hour after, you still hearing that loud music. Nothing has been done. You call back. Now you have to give your name, because if it seems as though like when you do not give your name, nothing happens. And you have to work into collaboration with the police department with this. If you're going to have an ordinance like this, and I can wake up 7 o'clock Sunday morning, start up my lawnmower, and there's going to be no repercussions against me, it's not going to work, because my neighbor could do the same thing, or they can play the music loud, and you have to give it teeth. I was talking to the city manager through the commission, mayor and commission earlier tonight, about neighbors. They hire these cleaners, and the cleaners just take the blower and blow the grass out in the road. And we had a special ordinance for that, where the grass goes into the drain, block it up. I heard Eastern Shores have a problem with their lateral drains being blocked, and it's getting flooded and so forth. Maybe their yardman is doing the same thing. But we have ordinances, and you implement ordinances, but it's not working. This year is going to be another one that may be another failure. You have to give it teeth. You have to work in collaboration, as I said, with the police department, and they have to get a better approach, because about 15 years ago, I called them up, and this is the ridiculous things I had to go through. I do not know if they changed or, because I stopped calling the police department. You can pull public records in, and you would see that I never called them after for this noise nuisance, because their procedure was rather ridiculous back then. I do not know if it changed now. Thank you very much for having me.
Close public comment?
I wanted to ask a question.
No, I'm just, we're closed, right?
Yeah, I had a
Commissioner
question.
John and Commissioner
Okay.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The question I had for the manager, I think I was thinking about those the last time. Is it police? Is it going to be code that's going to enforce it? Which department? Also, will they be a magistrate? Will people be able to bring their grievances to a board? Or also, if someone says the music is too loud and then they call the police, but then they lower the music by the time the police gets there, how will, body cams would probably, I don't know, they have sound. How will what's the proof, right? So I guess those would be the questions that I have, because are they going to be ticketed? Is there going to be a warning? Will people be able to bring those grievances before a magistrate? How does it work?
Thank you, Commissioner John. Through the mayor to Commissioner John, we are looking at how to implement this noise ordinance should it pass. Generally, the process is when the police goes out, they will issue a warning the first time. Then the subsequent times is when citations are issued. And as you did note, that there is an evidentiary concern here, and you are correct. If the music is turned down or the noise is abated before the police arrive, there is no evidence besides word against word that this actually occurred, and no citation will be issued. And there are neighbors that do look out to see when the police come, make sure the music gets down, have a lookout to avoid a citation. That is an ongoing problem in multiple cities. However, once a citation is issued, it will go to our magistrate court, and our magistrate court will actually make evidentiary decisions there.
Is that the SOP?
It is
Do you want to get the SOP from the chief, how he would handle this?
It is akin, though, to, there are certain crimes, for instance, I don't know, I'm not a criminal lawyer, but I know that there are certain crimes that the officer has to actually witness, that you can't rely on some third party saying, well, believe me, I heard it, because the officer and knows. Now, again, I couldn't tell you specifically, but I think battery is one of those.
So we need synergy between the code and the police to see, to the mayor's point, for example, is there a existing protocol for something like that to be, added to this? How do they usually handle these type of complaints, right? Is it code? Is it police? Will police go out during a noise? You know what I'm saying? I mean, those things, should there be a code enforcement officer going out? I'm not sure if we have those answers.
I believe it's going to be both.
It's first reading, so just.
It's going to be both, because if it's in the middle of the night, then there is no code enforcement, it'll be police. It's both in the, I just had one quick question, Mr. Mayor, and that's
Every
the,
police officer is authorized to enforce code.
you know what could be possible in this day and age? Just videos. Instead of the police being there, there is a video that the minute they leave, that the video shows us, they turn it back on. I just want to ask about the fines again. I appreciate this, I support this, but I think the fines should be $100, then $250, and then $500. I think $500 is
You could
a
move
little.
to amend.
Move to amend?
I make a motion to amend it.
Hang on one second, may I? There's a couple of amendments in here that did not take into account your comments from last time. And this one I need to address to the attorney. I sent you an email. I know it was very last minute. I'm sorry, I'd been under the weather for the past couple of days. But I had a tiered fine put in from your comments last time. So basically, the first fine after the initial warning, so they're gonna get a written warning, a warning citation. Then the first fine is $150, the second fine is $300, and the third fine is $500, and thereafter $500. Now, the thing is that I wanted to bring up was like these warning citations, references issuance of a citation for first violation, which aligns with existing code requirements already. Immediate cessation, which means that the activity must stop right away. Here's where it happens, where it says in the ordinance that was written, there was per occurrence. So if they turn down the music, then they go back to partying, and we are doing 25 feet, which is very easy to determine. That means 2 houses away, you shouldn't be able to hear anything. 3 cars away, you shouldn't be able to hear anything. And I think that's fair. That's enough partying for people after 11 p.m. So that's, the occurrence is, if it continues on the same day, or if it's a separate day, I think we need to be a little more, we need to tease that out a little bit more.
However you'd like to do it.
Yeah, I
On
made
the
a note.
first issue, do you want, as the sponsor, having said that, do you want to now yourself make the motion to amend?
Well, I have to rescind my motion, and Vice Mayor has to rescind her second.
Rescind my second.
So,
Because we already.
Commissioner
and
Sue, what is your,
I'll back Commissioner Sue.
what is your amendment?
Okay, so my amendment, first of all, is the tiered fines, right? There's 1, 2, and 3, 150, 300, 500 thereafter, meaning after the third. There's always a written citation, which already aligns with our current code requirements.
warning.
Right, the written warning. And then the
Before you
immediate,
get to the other, can we
Yes.
dispose of that one?
yeah.
Mayor, you go for a second.
Who's the second?
The one that was sent.
No, she,
My motion was 100, 250, and 500. Your motion is 150, 300,
and
500.
so are you seconding the amended?
Yes, I'll second it.
All right, so as the ordinance as amended,
Seconding Commissioner
Sue's
Sue's
amendment.
305.
Correct.
Yes.
So let's vote on that,
So just, you take a voice vote on the amendment.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Now, you have any other?
Yes, I
I
do.
have a, also.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I just wanted
Mayor,
to.
you need to extend, you got 5 minutes.
All right, can I get a motion to extend for 5 minutes to,
I'd like to extend it 15 minutes.
Yeah, 10 or 15.
10 minutes? We'll extend it
15.
Don't feel bad that I have to be in the airport at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning.
If you extend it, you don't have to use all of it.
I'm going to.
No.
Okay, we'll extend to 12:15. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay,
Vice Mayor.
I just wanted to know if we incorporated anything from Miami-Dade County's noise ordinance in here.
Yes.
It's already been incorporated.
It's incorporated,
Yes.
okay. All
Okay.
right, thank you.
Yes, so there's 2 things that I want to bring to your attention, to my commissioners here. First of all, it's the clarification of occurrences. If it occurs on the same day again, is it a separate day? Like, I think we can discuss that, but I mean, now that I have you all here, I'd love to hear what you think about the occurrences. Like, if it happens on the same day, do they then get a second
You
warrant?
may do either, so it's whatever your pleasure is. If you want to say per occurrence or per day, it's all you need to.
Okay. So this was something that I want your opinion on. I believe that you have been governing longer than all of you here have been governing longer than I
We'll be
have.
lucky if we can get the code enforcement and the police to be able to enforce the first thing, let alone two.
So, I'm sorry.
No, because there's one question. I mean, how is this new type of regulation or this ordinance that we're proposing, and it is first reading, the police department's opined in how this might affect their procedures moving forward?
So the thing is, I think when residents have issues with sound, they normally call the police anyway, but the police doesn't have there's no measurement for it, right?
There's no tools that the police can use to measure?
Do you have a decimeter?
Chief, I just want to know for people out there to understand, what is their procedure?
I don't know if they have it, but there is such a thing.
Well,
It would be simple enough to say that the department can purchase what. it
Okay,
needs
the
to
chief is
enforce.
talking.
Chief,
Chief is talking.
So normally it's 100 feet. We'd have to hear it, decibel from 100 feet, and we'd have to measure it. We don't have any tools to measure that at this time. But we'd write a report, and it goes to code enforcement, and they would issue the citation. But if we pass this ordinance, you'd have to have a magistrate and all those other things in order to enforce that, which we don't have in place right now.
The code magistrate already exists, correct? So we're not adding anything new to that process of the due process? Correct, is that?
That's correct. But
Okay.
I'm just saying that we would have to have that in place.
Mm-hmm, okay. So normally what happens when a noise complaint happens with you?
We'd write a report. If the officer can verify that it's within 100 feet, then we'd write a report and go to code. Code will go out and issue a citation.
Okay.
We'd have to get a decimal meter, yeah.
So that's
But
why
if we
I
can- if
think
we
that
can-
this makes it much simpler, meaning 3 cars, 3 standard car sizes. If you standing 3 car sizes away from the location and you can still hear the noise that is really bothering you, that is over 25 feet.
but why be subjective if the equipment is there that we
Do
can?
we don't
Can we
have-
can we not get the?
We don't have.
We don't have that equipment, and a
Is it
decimeter is not
expensive?
cheap.
Is it expensive?
I'd have to look at it. I'm not sure.
What is it called?
It's not cheap. But no, I mean, like I said, 3 standard cars.
It can be done.
2 houses, that's very simple. It's very easy for us. The second thing, okay.
You're making that amendment? Is that your second amendment?
No, that is already in the.
Oh, okay,
in the
okay. I
document.
thought you
It's in
said
the
you had.
ordinance
I thought you had
It's in the
another-
ordinance already.
Another amendment.
Yeah, and we're doing this because we're aligning with the county because we do border a lot of the county, right? Like the donut hole and whatnot, but. Okay, so I want to be quick, sorry. Commissioner Smith has a flight. All right, so the next thing that I want to do is I need a grace period for contractors. If we do have contractors that have to register with the city and do all the heavy machinery inside our city, Mr. Manager, do you think we could have a 30-day education period where we send it out, or do you think we need 60?
Whenever possible, through the mayor to Commissioner Sue, whenever possible, it is my recommendation that you have the longest education period you can, particularly when there's going to be pecuniary fines that are going to be addressed to the residents. So 60 days would be preferred over 30 days.
Okay, so in the comment that I sent an email to you, sir, Mr. Attorney, please make sure that the education period is 60 days. So yes, and I'm proposing.
You should just make the amendment right this
So
way.
you
Okay.
Okay.
I'm amending to have a grace period for contractor education for 60 days. Do I have a second?
Second. As amended.
You have to vote on the amendment.
Okay, go.
To provide a 60-day education period so that people get notified that this is a new rule.
Contractor, are you talking about lawn men and tree trimmers as well?
Yes, and construction.
Does that go under the word contractor?
Well, because a lawn person, I wouldn't be contracted in that sense, as opposed to a contractor that's actually has to go to the building that's a diff. There's a
Simply say contractors and services.
Is that? All right, so can you want to? So how do we do it?
Period for contractors and service personnel for 60 days.
Motion, second, all in favor.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right, now we're back on your motion as amended.
The ordinance as amended.
Yeah. Or,
Okay, did we finalize on occurrence or per day? Occurrence or per day? So if a person plays loud music, gets a written citation, then 5 minutes later, after the code people leave, they come back and they turn the music up again, that the police could come back and cite them again. So that's each occurrence. Or is it per day? Are we just finding them one day and then? Okay, I hear occurrence.
well,
I propose to amend the ordinance to define occurrence as each time it happens and not per day.
all right. So
The
the,
language
second
would be for each separate violation, regardless of whether the violations occur on the same day.
Yes, that is exactly it.
So is this going to be per house? Like, for example, let's just say that one day it's my husband with the loud music, and the next, he's not home, I'm home the next day with the loud music. Like, we're going to find the house or the person?
yeah, because what happens with an Airbnb situation over on your side of the block?
Right.
Yeah. What about exactly? Is it going to be a place on the property or the asset?
Right.
Guys, this is first reading.
I know, but
Yeah,
just
but we want to do it right.
is it the property or the asset? I mean, is it the person or the property or the?
How is it normally done, Mr. Attorney?
We're to fifth.
I'll yield to the chief, but I would suspect that it's by property, because you don't need to identify who in there is the one making the noise. If the noise is coming from the premises, then that's who's responsible, whoever controls it. And if you've rented it out, you're the owner, you're still finding somebody that's going to be gone in a couple of days.
Okay, so we'll do it
and maybe never come back.
by house or
12,
property.
No, 12:15.
All right. So,
Okay,
So wait. Per property, or vessel or asset.
yes, the asset.
Property or asset.
Okay,
All right. Do I have a motion to amend?
yes, motion to amend.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All right.
Okay. Okay, so that's the job of the owner of the house. So what?
The owner collected or owe it.
Yes. Okay, and I am motioning to approve as amended.
As amended. Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florimon.
Yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith. Vice Mayor Smuckler,
yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph. It passes.
And I just want to say, I Googled the little sound detectors. They're small, you can carry them, and they're anywhere from $30 to $150, so.
Item 11.6 was deferred by the sponsor.
No. Your city attorney. You have a city attorney report that.
Oh, don't we have one more, I thought?
No.
the pet sales.
No, but you said you need like 60
Okay,
seconds.
yes, I'll be very quick. As you know, there are a couple of pending matters where there are suits against the city and some officers or former officers involving police department. We have one that had to do with a dog bite. We had another one involved with someone who said that they were treated unfairly by former people in the department. We have a third one, which I know you're all familiar with, but we recently had a lawsuit by a gentleman who was restrained by the police department to keep him from hurting himself. And he's now, that Italian individual, national, has now filed suit. And because this is the exact same kind of police force case as the other two, rather than handling it with my firm, I want to retain the same firm, the Johnson Anselmo firm, that does all the League of Cities work. They're defending the other two, and I want to retain them on the same terms as the others to defend this suit because it is their specialty and they can do it more efficiently.
This is
Chris,
the hog
Do
tie-
you need anything?
the hog tie one?
Do you need anything from us?
Yeah, I would like to ask that there be a motion to approve that retention because it is outside counsel.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Thank you.
Next item. The
11.7.
Pet,
Okay, motion to introduce?
Motion to introduce?
Okay, this is 11.7, ordinance number 2026-06, first reading, amending the pet sales ordinance, sponsored by Commissioner Smith, an ordinance of the Mayor and City Commission. The City of North Miami Beach, Florida, amending Chapter 6 of the City of North Miami Beach Code of Ordinances, Animals and Fowl, Section 6-9, restrictions on retail pet sales and pet mills, to clarify exemptions, enhance regulations, and enforcement, providing for conflict severability, codification, and an effective date.
Second.
Madam
May I have a discussion?
I have a comment.
I have a
all right, I didn't know. No, is this first reading?
First reading.
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. Please open up for public comment. Sorry, I didn't.
Good evening. The floor is open for public comment. If you wish to speak on this item, please come forward.
Puppy. Yeah.
The puppy thing.
The pets, yeah.
oh no, please don't.
Mr. Mayor,
Don't worry, we're gonna vote for it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
something is wrong with the clock. I just wanted to make a point of it. IT is trying to work it out in the back, so.
I'm gonna say 1 second.
Should be quick.
She means the time.
12:07.
All right, yes.
We see her dogs, is what we see.
Leslie, we're gonna vote for it, thank you.
I know. Just, it's the great thing.
So just say my name and I would, please vote for it.
Sardinia, North Miami Beach.
And you have comment?
Yes, I just ask that you please do vote for this.
You're happy for it.
Okay,
It's a really good thing. It's a nice ordinance.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd just like to make a change.
No, but close public comment.
Public comment is now closed.
I spoke to Commissioner Lazaro, and number 7 of 6-9B is, number 6. No, number 5. I'll get it right. 5, it's redundant. We don't need it, and it excludes fish and snakes. So let's just remove number 5 from the resolution. I make that motion. And then that was with the approval from the other cities.
I second.
Motion to amend to delete that from the existing ordinance.
All right. So
I made the motion to
Second.
remove it in number
all in favor
5.
say aye.
Aye.
Now,
I make the motion that we accept this.
Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Wait, did anybody else wanted to say something on that?
No.
Oh,
It's a good thing.
Commissioner Chernoff,
Yes.
Commissioner Florian,
yes.
Commissioner Jean,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith,
Yes.
Commissioner Sue,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Smuckler,
Yes.
Mayor Michael Joseph.
Yes.
It passes.
Next is
Appointments.
appointments. Can we do a acclamation?
No, let's do
No,
them
I
individually.
have a question about, it has nothing to do with the person. With 13.2, Linda, the General Employees Retirement Board, she would be appointed as a non-elected official, as a citizen.
Yeah.
But that only gives her 6, 8 months, however many months, to November, and then she'd have to get off. So it doesn't make sense to put.
What do you mean she has to get
someone on
off?
To get off.
What do you mean she has to get
So
off?
she'd be a commissioner then.
Well, she has to win first to be a commissioner.
No, I understand she has to win first, but let's say she wins the seat, then she can't sit on that board because there was already a commissioner on there. There's no commissioner on the general employees?
No. No.
Okay.
We didn't.
Did we vote
Forget
on
it.
11.8?
Okay, so we'll
Washington.
do one by one. The
Park
first
bid.
one is.
No, he just withdrew his objection to that, Mayor.
Yeah.
No, but there were
No,
other
we have to
objections.
do.
There was a,
no,
there was-
were- I'm
let's
sorry.
do it separately.
there's a, all right, so next, first one is appointment 3.1, Daniel Pierre to the Beautification Committee.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Next is 3.2, appointing Linda Joseph to the General Employment Retirement Board.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Opposed.
Oppose.
Opposed.
Opposed.
All right, motion fails. Next is appointing Elaine Jarvis to the Commission on Aging /
You know what? I'm not opposed.
All right, she's not opposed.
No. I'm
Can we
not,
do a show
I
of
was
hands?
looking at the
All
wrong,
right, let's revote. To 3.2, appointing Linda Joseph.
13,
13.2,
sorry.
appointing Linda Joseph to the General Employee Retirement Board. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Oppose.
No.
It's 4-3.
4-3. It
It
passes.
passes.
Next is
4-2.
13.3, appointing Elaine Jarvis to the Commission on Aging and Senior Citizens Advisory Board.
Move to approve.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Appointing
Move to approve.
Gita.
Second.
13.4. Gita.
Gita. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Next is discussion item 15.1, Commissioner Sue.
Okay, thank you.
I got 4 minutes.
Oh, wow. Four-
Bless you.
Bless you.
two.
Have a walk-on? Bless you. Bless you. Didn't we have a walk-on? No.
No, we have a one.
No, it's not a walk-on.
Did we get any money back from the bond from Washington Park?
Okay. I don't want to miss anything, so I'm going to read it.
You have 3 minutes remaining.
Okay. In January 2025, following his election, this is a discussion about board and committee appointments. Following Mayor Joseph's election in November 2024, the mayor was contacted by pension administrator Ronaldo Gale, who requested his assistance in appointing 2 trustees to the General Employee Pension Board. I'm sorry, can I? Thank you. Specifically, one position was to be filled by an elected official and the other by a legal resident in the city. There's an attachment correspondence with emails between Mayor Michael Joseph and Ronaldo Gale. The board meets on a quarterly basis, making timely appointments essential in its proper function. The February 2025 meeting could not be held due to a lack of quorum and was postponed until April 2025. At the April 2025 meeting, the board had a quorum of 3 members, allowing it to conduct basic business such as approving minutes and processing invoices. However, it could not implement any plan changes due to the absence of the 4th trustee required for compliance. Although 3 members are sufficient for a quorum, the 4th member must be present to authorize changes to the plan. At the subsequent meeting in May 2025, the same issue persisted. The board was able to meet, but necessary changes were once again deferred due to the continued lack of 4th trustee. This raises the question, why? During this period, the mayor did not appoint a sitting commissioner, which I had requested to fill that
No,
seat.
I appointed myself, I was appointing myself.
You appointed yourself, but you never attended.
I have attended.
You attended the police pension board.
No, I attended
He attended most recent,
I did, I attended the most recent one.
yes, he did.
So any of the ones that I mentioned before, you never attended? You
I
only
attended the most
attended the
re- I
last
attended
one,
the
which
most
is
recent.
August.
No, it wasn't August.
Oh, sorry.
It was, I think it was
November.
December.
December.
Was it December? Yeah, I attended the last one, yeah. December, yeah.
Okay, so all the things I'm saying here is correct. So basically, you appointed yourself. So, but we found that from January all the way to December, like everything had to be on hold for the General Employees Pension Board. Given the timeline and considering these meetings occurring once a quarter, it is reasonable to answer the question why the mayor did not he served himself, okay, so. After the multiple meetings, which important matters could not be addressed, the appointment process appears to have been delayed until the week of August 12th, which is when one of the appointments had been appointed. Additionally, this raises questions why the mayor did not direct the clerk to call an emergency meeting to appoint a qualified member, and we had just appointed her just now in this meeting. Based on this record, this is not a minor delay. It is a prolonged failure to act in clear charter-mandated responsibility. Over a year, the mayor did not make the necessary appointments, did not step...
Unless you extend, you're about to be adjourned. It's
We went past
15.
it. It's
Motion
12:15.
to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
All right.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right.
Adjourning.
Yeah.
Can you bring my back up also on the top of the discussion? My item that did not get heard?
That's why I told everybody you had
Yeah,
3 minutes left, you know.
Right.
It bounces back. All right, thank you so very much. We have adjourned.
Good night. Safe travels.
Yeah, come on.